What's going on, people? We are Tottenham TV. It's finished here. Tottenham 1, Fulham 2 at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, gifting Fulham their first away win of the season. And I call it a gift because that's exactly what it was. In the first 5 minutes, we were 2-0 down after 5 minutes after horrendous defending from the first. And from the second, Vicario literally just gifts them a goal out of nothing. They had no right. They had no right to win the ball back where they won it. And Vicario dilly-dallies on the ball, loses it, and Fulham score from the open goal from about 36 yards out. It's a good finish in its own right, but it's an absolute shit show from Tottenham. I'm telling you, that first 45 minutes from Spurs was absolutely pathetic. It was pathetic to go to PSG, to Paris, against against the European champions. They lost in the Club World Cup final as well, the best team in Europe right now. And to not build on that and to go backwards and to show traits that we've been showing all season, defensively, offensively, toothless, gutless, no fight in those 45 minutes, it's an absolute disgrace. And you know what? We showed a bit of fight in the second half, but it means nothing. It means absolutely nothing because we take nothing from the game. And I don't take that into account. You know, the first 5 minutes lost us this game and it's nowhere near good enough. And I'm starting to lose patience now. I really am. Where are you at with it, Stel?
So I called into We Are Tottenham TV a couple of weeks ago and I said, I'm not Frank in, Frank out. I'm just Frank, I don't care. And I'm still there. I'm just Frank, I don't care. It's easy to blame the players. It's easy to blame Levy, who's not here anymore. It's easy to blame a lot of things. But no one's going to tell me these players are that bad that they can't beat a team that's worse than us all season long. Fulham, Wolves, we couldn't beat. Their only point that they got in the first 6 games was against Spurs. What I'm seeing at the moment is a team that defensively is shambolic. We're an absolute shambles defensively. Doesn't matter who we play. We could play a team in the Championship and we will find a way to do stupid things. That says to me that we're not being coached properly. We're not developing any kind of defensive solidity. We're definitely not resilient. We're definitely not hard to beat. These are all myths and sound bites that people said earlier in the season. I think defensively we are worse than Ange. There's no doubt about it. And I think up front, I thought we were a little bit unlucky today. We had a couple of chances that just went wide. But let's be honest, we should have been 4-0 down.
100%.
We should have been 4-0 down. So even if we made it, even if we did score one of those goals, Fulham would say, yeah, but we should have been 4-0 up. So you can't put it all on the manager. You can't. Because there are players there that aren't good enough. And I've said this many, many times, and I think a lot of fans agree. And Levy has left a legacy of problems behind. However, if you're going to be patient and you're going to ask for a rebuild and these things take time, you've got to have the right manager in place to do that. And I don't think Frank is the right manager to do it. I'll give him a year because I don't think right now you can bring in a manager that we can pluck like an Iriola or a Glasner. They're not going to leave their clubs right now. So we're going to end up with some random manager that isn't really the answer. So I don't think sacking Frank is the answer. But I do think the club should seriously be thinking, what do you want as a project? Because if ENIC are honest in when they tell us we're prepared to spend big, we're ready to splash big, you've got to spend big on the right manager. You must. And I don't think Frank is that guy, personally speaking. I don't think he's a rubbish manager. I don't think he's a rubbish coach. This isn't knee-jerk. I've been saying this for a while now that I don't care. I hope he turns it around. I hope he really, really gets us ticking and we end up in the top 6 come end of season, maybe a FA Cup semi-final. That'd be great. And we'll see. We'll see. But, Ben, I don't think he's going to last. I don't think he's going to see out this season the way it's going. He really isn't. You can't lose to Fulham at home. You can't not beat Wolves at home. You can't have this abysmal XG record. Our performances in the London derbies are horrendous, unforgivable, especially Chelsea and Arsenal. I don't think any fan's going to let that go. But going into this game, most fans are saying, yeah, 3-0, 3-1, 2-0. You know, the positives from the midweek, green shoots. Nonsense, Look at today.
There were green shoots in that game. I walked away from that game thinking, maybe there is something here. Maybe there is life under
But it was
Thomas
a myth.
Frank. Yeah, it was a myth because we've gone to this game. We've seen the same traits that we've shown against Bodo. We showed the same traits that we've shown against Arsenal, Chelsea, Monaco. All these teams, all these games, we should have got battered against. We were speaking about it in the watch along, right? Chelsea should have got battered that game. Monaco. It was lucky we weren't losing 4-5-0. Bournemouth, Bodo, we drew that game, but we should have conceded 4 or 5 in that game as well. Today, like you mentioned, if it wasn't for Mickey van de Ven, we would have conceded 4 goals in that first half. Can you imagine going 4-0 down at half-time to Fulham? Like, I don't understand because I'm looking at the players on the pitch today from a defensive standpoint. Pedro Porro, Kevin Danso, Mickey van de Ven, Destiny Udogie. There's not a bad player there. No. All those 4 players are not bad. Mickey van de Ven will get into any team in the Premier League. I genuinely believe that. Pedro Porro, I think, is a very good player in his own right. Destiny Udogie, we've been saying he's the answer on the left-hand side. He changes our play when he plays at left-back. So who is the problem in that back 4? Who is the problem? Because they're all good players.
Yeah. For me, the problem is, and I said it after PSG, and I'm going to be consistent, we are over-tinkering. The manager keeps chopping and changing tactics, formation every single game. He's got to stick to one tactic, one approach for 10 games. We've got this thing in coaching, Ben, we were taught, it's called plan, do, review. Plan, do it, and then review afterwards. But the review is what went well, what went wrong, what can I tweak, but you don't change the plan. We're changing the plan every single week. Midweek, we played a 4-2-2-2. It looked quite good. Tonight, 4-2-3-1. Players are confused. Players don't know whether they're coming or going with the formations. And it's very difficult to build partnerships on the pitch. Look at Prime Poch. Alderweireld and Vertonghen. Then you had Dembele, Wanyama. Kane, Son. Dele Alli and the wingback. There was partnerships and they built those understandings on the pitch. Every game we chop and change players. Every week we chop and change players, or we chop and change tactics. There's too much rotation. There's too much changing of the tactics. The players, it's too confusing for me, Ben. So when the ball comes in from the wing, if that defence isn't the same defence week in, week out with the same holding mids, then where's the understanding? Where's the coherence? Where's the communication? It hasn't been developed. And I said it midweek and I stick to it. I think Frank has just become a tinker man. And you know what? It doesn't work.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying. And I think you're right to a certain extent. But those same players and that same system that we started the first half with started the second half. And we were brilliant for 20 minutes in the opening of that second half.
Yeah.
So why can't we start a game like that? Why are we mistake-riddled from the first minute?
But here's the thing. We get the momentum. We're doing well. We go 1-0 up. What does the manager do?
Yeah, that was an awful decision from him.
He made 3 subs.
Because they were ready before the goal comes.
And this is what I mean about tinkering. He completely tinkered the flow. You got the momentum. You're on top. You look like you don't look like you're gonna equalise. You look like you're gonna go and win this game. And he's right. Chop, change. Stop the chopping and changing. And I don't think he's going to change.
But what
those 3 subs, we lost all the momentum when he did that.
But what I'm asking you is that.
It's the manager.
You're talking about tinkering and the partnerships aren't there on the pitch, but why were they there at the start of the second half, and why weren't we ready for this game when we kicked off?
I think that partly is
because it's the same system and the same players.
It's a mentality, isn't it? We always come back to this with every manager. There's a mentality. Look, maybe, just maybe, we thought, yeah, we're the Billy Big Nuts. We can take on PSG, Fulham, yeah, whatever. And Fulham, they came and said, no. This is a Premier League game. You treat us like we're a top team. Make us look like we're shit, but you've got to work for that. We went into this game, and you could see it the first half. It honestly felt like we had no idea that we were playing a football game. What was the XG? Was it 0.01? How can you register an XG of 0.01 in a game of football half at home? Any club, whether you're Burnley, Wolves, Leeds, it's...
Burnley will register a bigger XG against Arsenal than we did at home to Fulham in a half of football. Let that sink in. Burnley probably registered a better XG in one single half against Arsenal than we did at home to Fulham.
See, that's disturbing. That's just... do you know where I'm at? I really am at, Ben. Frank needs better players. I'm fully in agreement that Frank needs better players. I'm not sure I want to give better players to this manager. Because I know what Glasner does. I know the football Iriola plays. I know that, you know, what Poch gave us, what Poch brought to this club. There's managers out there, you know what you're going to get, and you're prepared to be patient because you know it's going to go. Thomas Frank, he's never won anything in 13 years. He's never been anything more than a mid-table manager. He's got no European experience. He's never had to play 2 games a week on a regular basis. He's also taken over a very difficult situation. You know, he has. I'm trying to be as fair as I can. But what has he done in his career to be the manager of Tottenham Hotspur? If we think Tottenham is a Big Six club, what has he done?
Look, I think he did an incredible job at Brentford.
They finished mid-table.
Yeah, but on an absolute shoestrings budget, and he brought them up from the Championship where they haven't been in the Premier League ever.
Yeah, but he had
They'd never been a Premier League team.
He
coached those players. He made them into who they are.
All right, so he's developed some brilliant players. And Buemo, Wisa, Tony, Damsgaard. Even with those attackers, he still couldn't get above mid-table. Even with those attackers. And he's meant to be a defensive coach that makes teams solid. I'm not saying Frank's bad. I don't want anyone to think that. I don't think Frank's a bad coach or
finishing
a bad
mid-table
manager.
with Brentford is a fantastic job.
Yeah, but is that the standard we're looking for to bring to Tottenham?
But they thought if you give him more money, if you give him more resources, if you give him better players, then they think he's going to finish higher up in the league.
All right, all right. He's got a player in Mawani who hasn't scored a single goal in the Premier League. He's brought Xavi Simons. He looked average again today.
Yeah.
He had a couple of nice bits of skill. He offered us nothing, really. The only player he's signed, Paulinho and Kudus are more good than what they are bad. So you could say that's pretty good signing. Those two are decent signings. Kudus' second half today was our best player. Paulinho had a bit of a stinker. All right, he's going to have a stinker 1 in every 6-7 games. He's not...
That was his worst performance in the Spurs shirt today.
And do you know what? It's taken, 15, 16 games? So he's allowed 1. I'm just concerned that if we're going to go on a proper project, Ben, a proper rebuild, we need the right guy. I don't think it's him. It's my opinion. I could be wrong.
It's from what we've seen so far, the evidence suggests that he is not the right man for the job. That's what the evidence suggests. But managers have had poor starts at clubs before and gone on to make successes of themselves. I'm not saying he is the right man for the job. But what I would say, back on your point about, he needs better players and all this kind of stuff, I disagree that he needs better players because with the players that we have with the players he has at his disposal right now, he should be doing a hell of a lot better than what he's doing right now. So we can all talk about, he needs better players and all this kind of stuff, but he's got good players to work from. He's got Pedro Porro in the first 20, 30 minutes that was gifting them big chances and a shadow of the player that, he was in maybe the second period of the game. You've got players that are underperforming dramatically.
Do you know what? I question any manager that says things like, don't forget you finished 17th last year. I question a manager that says
I didn't like that at all.
I question a manager that says things like, well, you get 10 good games in a season, 30 average ones. What message are you sending to your players? Oh, by the way, guys, you finished 17th. Don't forget how crap you are.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, you're only going to have 10 good games. This is the message you are sending to your team. Ange would never talk about our team like that. Poch would never talk about our team like that.
You know what I didn't like as well?
I know. Never, what's it called when you not belittle, when you talk that, when you talk yourself down. Always talk yourself up, or be honest about where you are, but never talk yourself down. He's talked us down twice.
Yeah,
and it's
talking
weird
himself
because,
down.
And it's weird, Ben, because I don't remember him doing that at Brentford, talking himself down.
Because he was never questioned. He was never questioned as much at Brentford than he is now, because he always was seen as doing a very good job at Brentford. Yeah. Now at Tottenham, he's come into a big club. He's come into a club that is so-called in the Big Six, and he's performing nowhere near to the levels which are expected of him. Things need to change very, very quickly, or he's going to be out the door very, very soon. That's the reality.
We say that every game. When's the last time we won a game of football? When's the last time we won a game of football?
When was the last?
We lost to PSG, lost to Arsenal. Drew with Man United.
Our last win in the Premier League was Everton, wasn't it? I think our last win in the Premier League was Everton.
Let's have a quick look.
which was, I don't know, a while ago now. But
So
I think I was all on the Frank bandwagon, but like I said during the
lost
watch
to
long,
Fulham, lost to PSG,
Yeah, it's
lost
Everton,
to
isn't
Arsenal,
it?
drew with
Everton is our last-
Copenhagen,
No, but in the league, Everton.
lost to 26th of October, so 1 month ago.
In our last 10 games, we've lost 6 games, drawn 2 and won 1, and won 2.
Do you know, when we played Monaco, there was a run of 10 games, and I said to everyone, I can't see us winning more than 2 games in the next 10 the way we play football. And it's actually got worse.
Yeah. But there's a clear motivation problem here with this manager because he can't seem to get his players up for it. And, you know, players shouldn't really need motivation to play in the Premier League. But I feel that some of these players just lack belief under this manager. And that is a big problem.
He's talked them down, that's why. He's basically done a Keir Starmer. He's come in and said, "Oh, the country's falling apart. We're in trouble. Black hole." Mate, stop talking it down. He's basically talked it down from being quite positive and enthusiastic and saying all the good stuff. He's now. Do you think the pressure of being at Spurs has got to him?
It's hard to argue against that. It really is hard
it's
to
just a
argue
pressure
against
thing?
it because I am seeing traits in a team which I never saw in a Brentford side. And this is a Brentford side that finished 10th in the league. So he's doing things that he's just not getting anywhere close to the potential that he's got at his disposal. And it's worrying. It is so worrying when you got 2-0 down at Fulham and it could have been 4-0. We're talking about 4-0 to home to Fulham at half time.
And it would have been fair. It would have been fair. I know, Ben, I know.
And we can all sit here and being like, yeah, all right, we performed much better in the second half. But when you actually look at the chances that both teams had during the game, when you look at how Mickey van der Ven saved our ass twice for gilt-edged chances in the first half, Fulham deserved to win this game.
You know, at the start of the game, you said to me, score prediction. I said to you, my heart says 3-0. My brain says 1-1. I
Stop overestimating Spurs.
I was trying to be positive. I get called negative all the time. I honestly had the. Do you know what, Ben? I knew we weren't going to do well today because I've seen this pattern before. We did really well against Newcastle midweek in the Carabao Cup. Okay, we lost, but we had chances. And it was a bit like the PSG game. All right, we lost, but we done all right. But then what we followed it after was nothing other than catastrophic. That Chelsea game was diabolical. And today, guys, Fulham, who are 15th in the league, haven't won a single game. Do you know what? The only game they've won away this year was against Wickham, and that went to penalties.
Bloody hell. Bloody hell, man.
Fulham have been and do you know what? Do you know what Fulham have struggled the most with this year? Scoring goals.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Tottenham. I don't know how we do it.
We don't know how this hierarchy is going to act. If this was Daniel Levy at the helm, do you reckon he would have already been gone?
100%. Levy don't mess around. Levy don't fuck around. November's normally firing season for him, Levy.
Yeah.
Levy doesn't mess around. But that's been a criticism of Levy, saying you never give managers a chance. But I think in this case it's different because how much leeway can you give a manager when you're just losing, defence is just falling apart? Do you know what? For me, if I was to take one thing from the game that said to me, Frank, I don't think he is going to be the guy. It was when he made those three substitutions when the team was on the pitch was buzzing. That team on the pitch was buzzing, and he killed. And we said, we will judge at the end of the game whether these subs made sense, and it killed it.
Look, the reality is what usually happens at Tottenham is the home fans, once they start getting on your back, once they start booing you consistently, the end is in sight. The end is in sight. And we don't know how this hierarchy acts, but how many more losses to teams that we should be beating, how many more losses at home is it going to take? Because it feels like, with the performances that we've been putting in, it does feel like the end is near. And with the fans' reactions in the home stadium.
Yeah, like I've said to you, Ben, I'm just frank, I don't care.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm asking you, when do you think we're close to the end?
Yeah, we are. We've been here before. They're not going to stick by a manager. The reason we're close to the end is because it's all happening at home.
Yeah.
You asked me the question, Stel, if if this was happening away from home but winning the home games, do you think it would be different? I said to you, yeah, I do. You can't have 45,000 season ticket paying fans being served up this shit every single home game, and for the customer of the business to be satisfied. It's just human behaviour. I pay thousands to be in this stadium and I'm seeing this. People can say they've got patience, people can say they'll give it time. They won't. They won't, because they're paying customers. And it's unacceptable. No club can run like that at home. That's going to be your bread and butter is your home, right? It's your fortress. We're the worst team in England at home. We're awful. We're just. It's just. You try to struggle to put it into words because you're just trying to actually accept that this is happening. It's not all doom and gloom, because I do think there are players there that are, like today, second half, Kudus was really, really good. Mwani showed that he's got something about him. He just has maybe not got enough players of that ilk around him.
Bergvall, very good second half as well.
Archie Gray, Bergvall, both good today. Van der Ven, outstanding today. Think of the last-ditch tackles he put in today. Could have been 5-6.
Yeah.
Right? So there were some really good performances, but as a collective, as a team, the tactics don't function for us. The style of play, nobody likes it, and it's just not working, Ben.
Yeah, but
it's not working. The substitutions don't make sense either.
I agree, but you talk about those good performances on the pitch, and bar Mickey van der Ven, none of that was warranted in the first half, because in the first half, nobody turned up. Maybe, look, Mwani was fighting, but Mickey van der Ven, brilliant. But apart from all those players that you mentioned, they all put in stinkers in the first half. And that's what lost us the game.
Yeah. We lost the game in the first half. In hindsight, we lost the game
in the first 5 minutes.
Do you know what? We were 2-0 down after 5, weren't we?
Yeah.
You can't start a game of football like that. You cannot start any game of football like that, especially in the Premier League, which will, it's a ruthless league. And you know what? The conversation now is all going to be about Frank. Even those who defend him, even those who point the finger at Levy's legacy and the players being crap, the conversation all now building up to the Newcastle game will be Frank, and the pressure he's going to be under, and the next game you've got to turn it around is Newcastle away. That's not the game you want.
No.
It's not the game you want just like after the Arsenal game. You don't want PSG away. There's certain games you wouldn't mind just to try and, like Copenhagen away, Copenhagen at home. Yeah, we need that just to get a bit of positivity around the club again. But I genuinely think Newcastle away is going to be a bloodbath.
And they went to Everton and won 4-1 today. They played them off the park. Look at these. These are our next games, right? We got Newcastle away, which is probably going to be a loss.
Probably, yeah.
And then we got Brentford at home.
That's El Sakiko 2.0.
Brentford at home.
That is El Sakiko 2.0, I'm telling you. His old club that he left, who are above us in the league, doing better.
It gets worse. We go to Forest away next. Sean Dyche doing bits at Forest. Can you see us going to Forest and getting a win?
Do you know what? I looked at that. I'm in the studio for that one. I'm in the studio.
But you could say that for every game. Any game, I'm in the studio for that one.
No, but Dyche's going to love this, isn't he? Dyche's going to look at this and he's going to absolutely lick his lips, Dyche.
Liverpool at home. It's probably going to be their first game without Arnie Slot.
100% Dr. Tottenham. 100%.
Crystal Palace away.
Oh, Glasner's.
This is the run that is going to kill him. I can't see him I can't see him lasting after the new year.
But in what world? In what world are you a Spurs fan? Right? In what world does a Tottenham fan look at Brentford, Forest, Palace and shit themselves? Where are we as a club when you're looking at these? Let's have it right.
That's the problem. That's what I'm saying.
Panicking,
that's what I'm saying.
That just tells you everything.
That's what I'm saying.
You didn't say Chelsea. You didn't say Arsenal. You didn't say Aston Villa. You didn't say Man City. You're talking about Palace.
I genuinely cannot see where the next win is coming from. That's the worrying thing. And I wanted to give this manager so much time. I had so much belief when we hired him. I really thought it was going to work.
And Ben, do you know what? I never jumped on that bandwagon. I never ever did. I said give him a year, and the reason I didn't jump on it is because if you're going to sack Ange, and I totally understand why we sacked him. Although I did change my mind and I said after the Europa Cup, you got to keep him now. You have to build that momentum. He's got something. you've got to bring in a manager that's got something about them. And Frank was a risk. It was professor, coach, and I think just maybe so many fans, they wanted Ange out that anyone that came in, they would have just backed because it wasn't Ange. And look, he can still turn it around. It is possible. He can still turn it around. It just looks very ominous, that's all. It looks like the odds are heavily stacked against him now because this was a must-win, we said, wasn't it? As all Spurs fans, and I think the one thing we did say as well was, look, even if we lose 1-0, some dodgy fluke goal, and we miss chance after chance after chance, but we're all over them and we put in a stellar performance. Ben, we got, 15 minutes of performance? And the rest was either meh or awful?
Yeah.
And that's what he will be measured on. This was a must-win game, and we were awful.
What is he thinking, though, just not going for the same setup that we went against PSG? Like, what is he thinking?
I had a massive row with all the guys. Ricky Sachs came when he was laughing his head off. Ricky was agreeing with me. I couldn't believe it. I got a fan. And we were just rowing about this. And I was saying, guys, he's over-tinkering. He makes too many changes too often. There's no stability at the... Let me put it this way, Ben. When we had Poch, you knew what your starting 11 was and exactly how we would set up in most games. When Mourinho was here, as crap as the football was, you knew how we were going to set up. The players knew how we were going to set up. Conte, you knew exactly. 3-5-2, no ifs or buts, like it or lump it, this is what we do. Ange even told us, it's who we are, mate. High line for life, all out attack. If you don't like it, whatever. No one can tell me they understand Frank.
Is it a case
that we can't? How can the players? How can the players understand it?
But is it a case to say that he's only been in the job? Well, it's a bit of the sample size is getting larger and larger now. But he's been in the job 13 games. Is it fair to say he still doesn't know his best team? Because he does have a fairly big squad as well.
How can you know your best team if you've got a different tactic every game? How do you know what players are going to do best in the system?
How do you try other players? How do you know your best team if you can't try all the players out?
Ben, you've got to stick to one method. Look, I'm all for adapting. I'm a big fan of adapting. But adapting every game, every week, all the time. There's no consistency at this club. There's no momentum because you don't know what we're going to do, who's going to play. And there's some merit to that. But you know what? Do all of that when you're good at your...
core.
Exactly.
Your core. Yeah. You know the problem is, we were speaking a bit about this on the watch along. The problem is not the system he plays, not the tactics. The problem is the fight, the energy, the identity. Everything about this club is just completely wrong. And players just walking around and just not putting enough fight in. So how can that be managed? How can you manage players that are conducting themselves like that?
Players will fight for a manager and a goal that they believe in. If you believe in look at the way we fought in the Europa Cup, Ben. Look at the way, forget whether we played easy teams or not. Look at the fight we put up at Frankfurt away. Look at the way we defended like warriors against Man United in that final. That is a group of players that believed in the goal. We believe we can win the Europa Cup. Listen, I don't think Ange is an amazing manager, but man-to-man, psychology, get into their heads to believe in a goal. He told them, we're winning a trophy in my second year, we're winning the Europa Cup, and he did it. Conte told the players, we can catch Arsenal, we can get top four. What's the goal with Frank? What is the goal?
Well, the one thing he promised us is that we're going to lose games.
Well, they're achieving...
That's the one thing he promised us.
He said you only get to 10 games a year. All right, well, we're delivering on the message.
And I didn't even like that he joked about that in the press conference. Did you see that when he says, you're losing games now, the one thing that you promised? And he's like, yeah, so I've achieved what I've promised. I was like, I don't even like that he's joking about that.
I didn't like the fact he joked about Eze.
Then he dinks on him and scores a hat-trick.
I didn't like...
The whole thing is just wrong from back to front.
I can agree with fans that say Ange wasn't the solution he had to grow. I can agree with it, although I don't want to hear that. I can agree with it, but I can't agree that Frank is this messiah. He's this professor. The way he was put on a pedestal, I can't buy into that. I'm sorry. I haven't seen anything to even back that up. If he turns it around and at the end of the season, like I said, we get to a cup semi-final, we finish top 6, I said, do you know what? Hats off to Frank. He's got something about him, this guy. What a turnaround. But as it stands now, and I can only talk about now because I can't predict the future, he's absolutely making a mess of it.
Yeah. And I can't disagree with that. And that's someone that was a big Thomas Frank fan, and I'm losing belief game by game. And I genuinely don't know a Spurs fan now that thinks that he can turn this around, because I'm starting to question everything. And I don't think he's going to last past Christmas, past the new year. I just can't see a way that he does that.
If we get an absolute thumping at Newcastle, I think it's curtains. But knowing
well
us,
could
we're
be.
the kind of team that will rock up to Newcastle and do something. And then we'll think, oh, positive green shoots. Then we'll go and lose to Brentford at home. Because it's a home game, and it's all set up, isn't it? Frank's old club rocks into town and gets Frank sacked. This is the Spurs history. This is what we do. We create these fairy tale back pages for the newspapers.
Look, it's very likely this could have been his last game as well. I think it could be very likely.
What, you think he gets sacked today? Well, after this?
I don't know if he will. I'm not saying he will. And I don't
think he'll get
I
sacked.
think it's likely. You can't lose to Fulham at home with everything else in there as well. Like, if this was a one-off, fair enough. But that first half performance was pathetic.
Do you know what? I was actually thinking, before we went live for the post-match analysis, I was actually thinking, do you know what? It's so unfair for me to maybe be this critical of Frank, because Vicario really fucked us up today, big time. But then I think of when Fulham hit the post and when they missed that chance as well, I think, actually, do you know what? They still had bloody good chances that they screwed up. So even if Vicario didn't do that, you look at what Fulham could have done regardless of that. It was an awful first half display. Like you said, Ben, we lost it in the first half.
Yeah, first 5 minutes. And we showed no intent at all. Even 2-0 down in the first half, we had 40 minutes to try and create a chance, and we still couldn't do that.
I'm laughing because I don't want to cry. I've said to myself this year, I'm not going to be this ranty, shouty, angry guy. I'm just going to let it play out, and wherever it goes, it goes. And right now, it's taken us into a very unhappy Christmas as a Spurs fan. And I don't think Spurs fans will put up with this for very much longer, because the home form cannot continue like this one game more.
Yeah.
It cannot. We say every week, it has to stop. It's not stopping, it's getting worse.
So apparently the Spurs fans booed Vicario today. And Thomas Frank said, any fan booing Vicario is not a true Spurs fan. And he says, I'm fine with fans booing after the match, no problem, but not during. That is unacceptable in my opinion. So apparently Spurs fans were booing even during the match today.
Well, if they're not booing Vicario, they'll boo Romero. If they're not booing Romero, they'll boo Brennan Johnson. If they don't boo Brennan Johnson, they'll boo Richard. We'll always scapegoat someone in the team. There's always someone to blame. We'll find someone.
I mean, that Vicario mistake was horrific, but
I think fans, before they boo Vicario, should remember the 3 games where he freaking saved us this season, and say, do you know what? He's had a bad, crap moment, but he's also the reason we've got 9 points in 3 games where he was the man of the match.
yeah, he saved us more points than lost us this season, that's for sure, in my opinion.
I mean, there's a fair conversation to say, can we sign better than Vicario? Probably, yeah. If you remember Arsenal when they had a good goalie,
Ramsdale.
and they said, you know what, we can do better still. And they got Raya, and he is better. I think we can do better than Vicario. Of course we can. But we didn't lose today because of Vicario. He's a contributing factor. But guys, we lose every week. We lose every week. Every single, like you said, Everton was our last win. And by the way, how good was Vicario against Everton?
All right, look, that is the instant match reaction. Damning, I think, is the right word for it. But Spurs have lost 2-1 at home, another home defeat, and this time to a team that haven't won at home, won away all season. We're going to get you guys on to have your say. Very interesting to see what you guys think. And who's up first? Nool.
Hello.
How you doing, Nool? How you doing?
Hi, Ben.
I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah, I mean,
Aussie.
mate, that was
Merry
just,
Christmas.
yeah, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. What's your thoughts on the game today?
Again, it's just, I'm going to sound crazy or like a hater, but our midfield with any time, and it's just the tactics in our midfield, to be honest. Like, the game looks so wide open. if you guys pay attention, Paulinho literally avoids trying to get the ball. Anytime we're trying to play out, Paulinho tries his hardest to make sure he doesn't get the ball. He'll make sure to stand behind a certain player. And it's just like, how do you expect to build up? We can never build up. Like today, I actually thought our attackers were trying their hardest. They were actually pressing and trying their hardest to get on the ball. But it's when you don't have a midfield to connect the defense to the attack, like, what do you expect?
No,
And
what do you put that down to? Do you put that down to tactics, or do you put that down to personnel?
I put it down to tactics. Like, you guys have noticed that every single game, mind you, if you look at some of these players that we've got before they came to Tottenham, they may have had double-digit goals or more assists. No one takes a shot. How do we have 0.01 xG against Fulham? No one took a shot. No one took a shot today. We only do crosses.
You
Like,
gotta laugh. You gotta
you
laugh.
can't expect the crosses to work. Yeah, our crosses look. Pedro Pearl didn't have the best game, but how do we expect crosses to look good when everyone knows they're not going to shoot? They're just going to cross. It's so easy to defend. It's so easy to defend because me personally, I believe Frank is telling our guys not to shoot. Like, you got to get into the 6 yard box before you can rip a shot. I was actually, and it even showed like a lot of people go like, some of our forwards, like as example, Kudos don't have good end product. They have great end product. You saw the goal he scored today. That was a great shot. We need to allow our players to take shots. If we're not going to take shots, it's going to be the same thing every single game.
No, can I ask you something? You know,
Yes.
against PSG, we played a 4-2-2-2. Today we went into a 4-2-3-1. You called in after the PSG game, and we spoke about tactics and chopping and changing too much. Do you think the constant changing of tactics is disrupting the flow of the team, which makes us more hesitant, which makes us a little bit more destabilized? Because there's no constant, like there's no go-to. I'm going to do this because we do this on a regular basis, and I know what is expected, and I know how to do this. Do you feel that constantly changing formations and tactics is impacting our choice whether to shoot, pass, things like that? Or because these players pretty much all played against PSG, and we were saying that wasn't too bad.
Yeah. I think it's the constant changing. When you're constantly changing, it's hard for players to build chemistry with each other. Grant, I do agree some players should rest when it's meant to rest, but we need to have our lineup. Like, if our midfield is going to consist of a Bergval, a Xavi, and a Bentancur, let it be that. Stop constantly switching. Like, I'm confident. I can stand on this on my own. I don't need to see Paulinho start games. Like, he's literally useless. So we can do, and you guys saw today, Paulinho played in the middle, and we looked wide open. Wide open. So how about we just do Bentancur? Because in that PSG game, Bentancur was the one starting. Do Bentancur, do a Bergval, do a Xavi. Let them play. We paid so much money for Xavi. Let him play. And it's not even, granted, Xavi does slow down the play sometimes, but it's not him. No one's showing. No one's showing. And that's the same criticism Kudos gets sometimes. We go like, oh, he's holding on the ball. No one's showing. Why? Like, they're tired of passing the ball backwards. I'd rather them force the ball up and lose it than constantly pass the ball backwards. Keep them in the middle. That's the people we need to have in the middle. Archie Gray can be a substitute. He didn't play bad today, but we paid big money for Xavi. He needs to be playing. There's no reason why he shouldn't be playing.
No, let me ask you this: where are you at with the manager now? Because 13 games into the season, haven't won at home since the first home game of the season. I think a lot of people that had belief in Frank are losing belief. Where are you at with it?
I think we at least give him until after this next transfer window, but I think he got to stay the year. It's kind of like it makes no sense to cut him after 6 months, but if he doesn't make any changes after this transfer window, then I'm definitely Thomas Frank out. He's showing me like,
No.
and I agree with you guys earlier too. Like, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wanted to interrupt you on that. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
At Spurs, our transfer budget is often limited, and we are very, very much not a club that goes big like other rivals. But when we do spend, we try and be a bit more smarter about it. Do you want to give this manager that transfer kitty? Do you want him to be given that money? Because it will impact the next manager, if it's not franked, what we spend with in January.
Yeah. I think they should, but this is where I'm saying, like, I'm just being kind of fair. Like, I think every manager should at least get 1 year. I don't think it's really a player issue. I think he can bring in any player. If he's going to use these tactics, it's going to be the same results. When Kulusevski comes, I know Madison doesn't come until when we get everyone healthy, it's going to look the same because his tactics are to not play it through the middle, play it wide, cross the ball. Don't shoot the ball outside the box. Wait to get into the 6-yard box to actually shoot. It really doesn't change anything to me. I just think.
So go on.
Oh no, I was just gonna say. I just think we should just wait until we can the end of the season to really take our time to find a proper manager. But it's really just coming down to tactics.
And it's strange as well, isn't it? Because you look at that game in midweek against PSG, we made a clear instruction to play through the middle. We played through the middle more in that game than I've seen us play all season. Then you go back. Then you move forward in a few days against Fulham, and when we're going back to the old tactics that have just not served us well, I just don't understand the thinking behind that. Can you explain it?
I really don't get it. I don't know what it is with him. I don't know if he lacks confidence in the midfield, or he sees that we have like a creative player like Kudus that can make magic happen. But it's like, his magic is going to run out. Like that's not even his strong suit. In my personal opinion, Kudus crossing is not his strong suit to his game. So us constantly just crossing from the right, it's a waste because everyone knows it's coming. Like you can watch it. Anytime they get the ball, everyone drops back and sets up their line to defend the cross. Look, it's not effective. That's why I said it's very important for us to use our as example, a Bergval, a Xavi in the middle. Let them make something. Let them finagle something. Because me personally, I think to really get the best out of a player like Kudus is to hit those balls over the line. Let him run in behind the defenders. He can make those. You can watch his goals from West Ham. And previous when he was at Ajax, he's more effective that way than
he did it second half. He did it second half.
Yeah. He did it against Aston Villa. It was ruled offside. He did it against Aston Villa. Van der Ven hit a diagonal ball to him. He makes those. But if we're not going to mix up how we attack, it's going to be useless.
Would your opinion still be to give him a year if we lose our next 3 games, let's say Newcastle, Brentford and Nottingham Forest?
If we lose those 3, he has to go. That's I don't expect us to win.
So you're not giving him to the whole year
after watching what they. I mean, I'm
calling you out now. I'm calling you
out.
Those
3 in a row. To lose 3 in a row, I do think we may lose to Newcastle because they look good today. Their midfield is way better than ours.
We never do well again.
Yeah, it's St. Andrews. Yeah, St. James's Park is hard to play.
We always fall apart, and it's under the lights as well. So the Geordies will be tanked up with beer, making a lot of noise as well.
Yeah, I just think.
And by the way, we have just lost 3 games in a row, albeit 2 of them probably the best 2 teams in Europe right now.
Yeah, but it's like even though we're playing the best 2 teams, like we gotta look better than that. Like we don't. In my personal opinion, I actually like Kolomouani. I think he's a very good player. Like he does not stop. His work ethic he's the only player on our team that must ignore Frank's tactics because he shoots. No matter where he's at, he's going to shoot. He's going to take someone on. I like having Kolomouani there. I just feel that like our attackers are getting too much hate, but when you really watch the tactics, our midfield, like they are afraid of getting the ball. Like everyone that's in your chat, everyone watch the Chelsea Arsenal game. Watch how proper midfielders get the ball. Like you can alternate. Caicedo can drop in. Enzo Fernandez will drop in. Like our midfielders are just like, okay, let's try to avoid the ball and let's hope that Danso and Mickey Van der Ven can hit a 30-yard pass to the winger. Like that's not proper football.
Yeah. Absolutely. But look, testing times ahead for Thomas Frank, that's for sure. He needs to be doing a lot better with the players that he's got at his disposal, because in my opinion, he's got maybe some players that are not good enough, but still they're not as bad as what they're showing on the pitch right now, in my opinion, and needs to be getting a lot better out of them. But Noel, thank you so much for coming on today, mate.
No problem, guys. And come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Take care, Noel.
Big up to Noel. We'll move straight in. Next caller is Alex.
Get this fraud on. he came for me against PSG.
He came for you.
He came for me against PSG.
We'll get him on. We'll get him on next. He's not quite ready.
He's he's in our group chat actually. Can't wait to hear what he says.
All right. Next up is. You ready, Rovshan? All right. Next up is Rovshan. Let's bring him on. Rovshan.
Big up.
How you doing, mate?
Hello guys, can you hear me first of all?
We can hear you loud and clear, my friend. Talk to me. Talk to me.
Yeah, I'm just gonna talk about the way, just mainly about Thomas Frank. I'm not going to talk about the tactical stuff. I don't find it right to talk about, because I don't have solutions either, because he's a football manager and I'm a no one. But I'm gonna talk about the way he expresses himself in press conferences and interviews, because I think he contradicted himself so much since he came to Spurs. Like, he said things that have not been implemented at his tenure, although it's a short one. So let's start with when he came, and in his first interview he said the aim is to be able to compete in all four fronts. We are not one of the big guns in the big horses in the Champions League. We are 10th, 11th in the Premier League. We are out of the Carabao Cup. So already in the three competitions that we are competing in, we are not a competitive team in the teams that are in that competitions. One has to be said, even though it's not a long journey since he came here, but at least, so I just want to know, what's the standards for this project, Thomas Frank, the board? I think as a club, they need to realize the standards of the club, because, let's say, I think, for example, finishing 17th last season damaged the standards of the club so well that even finishing 10th sounds like an acceptable thing today. I saw the video between you and a guy called, I don't know the guy's name, you were debating, and he said constantly that we are not going to finish 17th this season. That's for sure, that's for sure. And I'm thinking, all of a sudden, not finishing 17th is a good thing for this club. What's that point? Okay, we are not going to finish 17th. We never finished 17th apart from last year. So that's not a strong argument to defend Frank. Another thing, whenever Frank comes into press conferences, he says, okay, sorry.
No, I'm saying I agree with you there. It's a good point you made.
Yeah. Another thing, every time in pre-match press conferences, Thomas Frank comes and says, I have no doubt that we're going to perform well, we're going to dominate the opposition, and we will hopefully win. Whenever he said it, we never implemented any time he said it in the next game, following game, like every time. Before Fulham game, he said it. Before Arsenal game, he said it. Before Chelsea, like so many games, he said it, and we never done it. So, like,
It's
you
true.
think, yeah?
That's true. Yeah. No, carry on with your points.
So, again, I said, I'm not questioning him tactically, but the way he expresses himself, I think he contradicts himself so much. And I think this level of football, which is Tottenham, it's not a small club, it's a big club, it's much bigger, much bigger club than Brentford, and the standards are much bigger. So what's the standards? Minimum, we need to be in and around European spots in the league at least. That's the bare minimum, right?
We're not in the league.
That can happen in the end of the season. I'm not saying it won't happen. But Thomas Frank, I think, is just too nice for this job. I think he's just happy to be there. The difference from Brentford is, he finished mid-table with Brentford, which is a good achievement for Brentford, obviously. But in Brentford, when you go to GTEC Stadium, I think that the stadium is called like
Yeah.
that. Everyone who is sitting in the stadium are just happy to be there, happy to be competing in the Premier League. No one is going to put the pressure on you. If you're staying in the league, you're basically guaranteeing your job. I think he's still in that mind, in Brentford mind. But when he comes to Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, 60,000 fans standing there and charging team for a must win. And I don't think he's capable of handling that pressure. I think Thomas Frank is just too nice for this job in a negative way, not in a positive way. Won nothing in his career, which is not a big problem. It is a problem because at the age of 52, 53, if you have not got a managerial success, not a managerial success, a footballing success, apart from staying mid-table in the Premier League, I don't think you're good enough to manage Tottenham.
I agree with you there. I fully agree with that. Honestly, I think that's something Ben and I were actually talking about before you came on.
Yeah, I heard.
Do you think he should go tonight?
No, but the reason I'm going to suggest that he shouldn't go is not related to Frank. It's because there isn't someone to bring in it to replace him. That's why I think who we're going to bring.
Right, Mason?
He's got a job. He's got a job.
That's why.
Roshan, can I ask something? If we lose to Newcastle, then lose to Brentford, the chances are he probably will get sacked. Right? There's a high chance he will. So we might be forced to bring in a manager. So do you think there's a situation where Spurs have to look at an interim? You know, like someone that comes in for 6 months. But even then, who do you get? Who?
Cochrane.
Well,
Isn't he part of the team? Isn't he? Isn't that a bit of a Stellini, Conte Stellini?
Yeah, but if you remember when what's his name got sacked, Santini, Martin Jol was his assistant. Straight away he stepped in, and the rest is history.
But Rofshan's talking about we need a manager that's got experience and has won something or done something. Cochrane's not that guy, is he?
No, he's not. But Martin Jol hadn't won something, and he didn't win anything with us, but he got us on the right track.
Did Martin Jol manage a team in Holland before he came to?
Yeah, he did.
So he's got some managerial experience. Do you know what? I actually don't know who you would get in as an interim. I genuinely don't know.
I just think wait for Pochettino post World Cup. I'm not saying Pochettino is.
So we're just throwing another season down the drain, basically.
No, yeah, that's unacceptable. One thing. Last season, league table was awful. Our league performance was awful. But what was keeping our hopes until the end of the season? Europa League, right?
Yeah.
Because we were one of the favorites to win it. But this season, if our league performance is not good enough, there's no chance we're going to win Champions League.
What? You don't think we can beat the Champions League? You don't think we can win it?
Did you not see how we played PSG off the park on Wednesday?
Come on.
Another thing.
Underdogs.
What I dislike about Frank as well, probably after this game, in press conference, he will come and say, I think second half of the game, we were very good. We were dominating for 10, 15 minutes, and he will be happy about it. I don't like this, approach. Press conference. I was shocked when he came and talked about PSG game in his interview. Like, if you didn't know the scoreline, you will think Spurs won the game. Yeah, we played well. That's another stuff. But the way he talked, it was a good answer from North London Derby. Really performed well. Like, we lost 5-3. Eventually, we conceded 5 goals. Newcastle game, we lost 2-0. He came on and said, I think we created some good chances. We lost all these games. Another thing, if club goes and buys Javi Simons for 70 million, they will not agree with the situation of the club. They demand results. They will demand results. Hence why they will need to decide on coach situation. As you said, the records are unbelievably bad. 1 win in 7, 2 wins in 10.
Roshan, can you repeat that about Xavi Simons? I didn't understand what you were saying there.
I was opening another topic. So club went on and bought Xavi Simons for 70 million, right?
Spurs bought him.
Yeah, we bought him.
70 million.
That was about between 60 and 70 million. Yeah.
I thought we paid 50 million. Really, 70 million?
How much was it? It was around about that, wasn't it?
I don't know. In euros, maybe it was 60 something. Wasn't he the record signing of the club?
Sammy, how many British pounds did we pay for him?
70, I'm sure.
No,
It was
way.
60 million euros.
Yeah, so 50
Okay,
million
50
pounds.
million
50
euros
million.
is
Okay,
good
yeah,
amount
all right.
good
50
amount of
million.
money, right?
It's a lot of money.
They
Yeah, it's
pay-
still a big. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was gonna say
60
we never
million
spend
for-
70. We never do that.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Just clarify.
The club spent 60 on Javi Simmons, 55 on Kudus, which means like they are not okay with mid-table finish because mid-table clubs don't spend that much money. Like let's say, Bournemouth,
Yeah.
Crystal Palace,
Yeah. Okay.
Brighton don't spend. So what I
Yeah,
mean
the
is,
ambition of the club was to get back into Europe this season. That was the ambition, for sure.
like to be in and around top 6, top 7 at
Yeah,
least.
correct.
Yes. Yeah. You're right.
So if Frank doesn't solve the situation, he puts club in the trouble because club didn't buy him Xavi Simmons for this kind of performances.
Correct.
I think the club will eventually knock his door and say what's going on. That's why I think
Mate, what about Van der Ven? You think Van der Ven's going to put up with this?
when Devon will do what?
Do you think Mickey Van der Ven is going to be okay with this? He's a player that could easily be snapped up by so many clubs. I'm sure there's clubs looking at him.
He has no chance. He has to because how many good seasons did he have? Like last season, he was fully injured. The second season, the season before, he was injured big part as well. So I like Van de Ven, but it's his first season that he's not getting injured and performing consistently. Like he has to be okay with the club that he's in. I don't think he has to.
I reckon his agents told him that if you ever wanted to move, it's not a big problem. There's clubs that know. I personally think that.
Eventually, it may happen if club is not going in the direction that these kind of high-level players wants it to. But I think club, it's the problem for the club as well. They will not want to lose their best players. That's why they need to. Tottenham club, they need to perform in a high level at this kind of competitions in order to keep these players. So that's why when I'm coming into conclusion, I don't think Frank's job is safe and he's like relaxed as he is in Brentford because club will demand results from him as they spend money for him, for Xavi Simmons, Kudus, other players. But what will be the behavior, I don't know. At the end of the day, what I wanted to say today is that the way Thomas Frank expresses himself in press conferences and interviews is mainly contradicting himself and is not suitable for a club like Tottenham. I think he's too nice for this job, and probably that's all I'm going to say for today.
You know what? As much as I've been backing up Frank pretty much since we signed him, it is very hard to disagree with any of your points, to be honest. And as much as it's hard to say it, that's the reality.
Let's see what's going to
Thank you for coming on, Rovshan.
See you guys. Thank you.
Take care.
Facts, unfortunately. Absolute facts. Oh, who's this fraud coming on next?
Barry
Who is this
Royale.
fraud?
Have I got to entertain this? Have I got to put up with Royale?
God.
Oi,
Barry,
Guys.
you're the problem. You're the problem. First
Oi.
game all season.
hang on. Where's my flowers? I didn't go to Bilbao and we won the European trophy. So, first of all, I want my flowers for that, yeah? Second of all, has everyone forgotten this team was 17th last season? It's still the same fucking team. They're shit. These players are shit.
So, yeah, go on.
Like,
You speak.
can I just? I don't know whether you. I've got Danny here. Got Bobby K, who still hasn't seen a goal.
I want my money back.
Because he.
I want my money back.
Because he went to the toilet and me and Danny were laughing about it. But can I just say, Frank calling out the fans for booing Vicario, is he okay in the head?
Vicario saved us more points this season and cost us.
No. Yeah. Ben. He may have saved us more points. We do not win another game in the Premier League this calendar year. With these players and this manager. The manager cannot, after that performance, start calling the fans out. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree. But in terms of this team finished 17th last season, I mean, Kudus wasn't in the team. Paulinho wasn't in the team. Muani wasn't in the team. Mickey Van der Ven was injured all season.
We had Madison
Destiny
and Kulu,
Udogie
who were
was in
better
and out
players,
injured all
surely.
season. So the majority of this team actually wasn't playing consistently last season.
No, but we had Maddison and Kulu, who are far better than those players that you've mentioned. And we had, dare I say it, the one player that I slated all last season, Heung-min Son.
Yeah.
So we're worse. We're actually worse than we are last season. Who are we going to beat at home? We couldn't beat Wolves. Wolves are going to get relegated. You know?
So what are you saying? What are you saying? That Frank is doing an okay job and it's just the players' fault? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's both. The players are not good enough. Pedro Porro, I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
Pedro Porro and Destiny Udogie have regressed under Frank.
Yeah.
They have regressed, right?
Particularly Porro.
Porro, you saw what I put, or you may not have seen what I put. The players were going to go and clap the fans. Porro told them not to. Porro was pulling them off the pitch. Archie Gray and Bergvall were the only ones.
Sorry, say that again. The players were going to go and clap, and Porro pulled them off the pitch.
He was telling them to come off the pitch. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Frank didn't even come and clap anyone. He just got them off the pitch.
Barry, can I ask you a question, Barry?
Yeah.
Who is at fault for what is going on a weekly basis and not being able to beat Fulham, who have been one of the worst teams in the league this year?
And don't forget, add to that, they haven't won and beat us at home in 13 years.
And they also haven't won an away game all season.
And they are. Go on, Barry. What's your answer?
For me,
Yeah.
it's both. I'm sorry, it's both of it. It's both the players' fault and Frank's fault. Frank's sitting there,
No heart.
no desire, no. There's just no. It was awful. We scored that goal. Then he makes the substitutions. Like, are you okay?
That's what we said. We said that as well, yeah.
Madness. And we have a 10-minute spell. Everyone gets excited, and then we just regress again. Unfortunately, yeah, of course you can, Danny. Unfortunately, we're like Phil P summed this up. We're a sinking ship. It doesn't matter. 1 week someone's good, 1 week someone's bad. But it's this whole football club. The only thing that was relatively good today was the fans, and that's Porro's calling up the fans. Porro, mate, you should focus on playing football. Leave the fans to support. The fans will support when you actually do something on the pitch. When you serve up that dross, you can't sit there and start. You know, we've got Newcastle on Tuesday night. Anyone thinks we're getting anything in that game?
In the pub, we're actually trying to give it.
Fans in the pubs, fans in the Coach and Horses today. Anyone want tickets for Newcastle? There was Ben, the row that you sit in. It was empty. The whole row was empty.
Yeah,
no one wants to see this football. No one wants to see any of it.
If you looked on the exchange about an hour or two before kickoff, there were thousands of seats available.
Yeah.
Thousands.
Barry, do you know one thing? I really truly believe this. I don't think Frank will ever be a manager that plays the type of football on a regular basis that fans want to see.
Yeah.
Fans want to see good football that's winning football, and they'll only accept average football if it's winning. If it's not winning and it's bad, I think fans they switch off. They're done.
Yeah.
They're cooked.
It's very true.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you saw that video. I don't know if you've seen it. Fans were fighting in the stand.
Yeah.
Were they?
Yeah.
It was like
In our stand, Ben. In our stand.
in the stand.
Over
fighting.
what? Over what?
Who knows?
Who knows? At half time.
And there were loads of students.
Here you go, Danny.
Was it the Angersexuals versus the Frankosexuals?
Probably was.
Yeah, it probably is, boys. But do you know what? Honestly, what I saw today, you should have seen Phil P's reaction. He was going apoplectic. It was insane. Honestly, the problem we've got at this club is that every single person in that club, we have still got this mentality that Levy built, right? And it's going to take years to get rid of the mentality at this football club because it can't change overnight, unfortunately. It just can't.
They just want a trophy, Danny. They just want a trophy. What are we talking about?
That trophy, right, was papering over the cracks of our club. We've had it at this club for a long time. A long time, right? A long, long time. So what I'm saying, right, this...
Oh, really?
But they came fifth the year before, Danny. They came fifth.
Still, our players, the team is not good enough. They're not good enough.
You never said that against Man City away, or against Everton away, or West Ham away,
in a
or Brighton
game.
away.
In a one-off game. in a one-off game.
I just,
Anyone can beat anyone in this league.
Danny, hold on a second, Danny. I just listed 5 games. That's not one-off.
Still,
Yes,
look at how many games we have lost at home
I
this
know.
season.
I know. But look how many games
So
we've
what
also
you're saying
done
is
well in.
irrelevant because we can't even win at home. Like seriously, if we can't win a game of football at home, right, and then we start losing our actual games away from home as well.
Yeah, but
then
Danny,
what's gonna happen then?
I'm just putting the
We're going to
argument
be a
across.
relegation team again.
I'm just putting the argument across. When we win, no one blames the players. No one's got an issue. When we lose, suddenly the players are crap.
I
were
don't
you?
know
Were
who you're
you?
talking
Hold on,
to.
Danny. 1 second. Hold on. Were you calling out the players against PSG?
We're like, mate, they did all right. Did all right.
So that goes against your argument that they're shit because you just said they've done all right.
No, they're not consistent. If they're not consistent, you know what the word consistent means, right? When a top-level footballer is a top-level footballer because they are consistently good, right? Any footballer, professional footballer, can have a one-off game or a couple of games a season where they play good football.
All right, so
right?
do you blame the players then, Danny? Are you saying the players are the problem?
I'm saying everything at this football club is the problem. Until what it is, right? These players, right? They're too pampered. Right? And the problem is they get away with everything so lightly, right? Look at the way, like
But
Nick
the
was
manager
saying
signed
earlier, right?
Xavi Simons, the manager signed Kudus and Paulini and Moani. He signed these
and then
players.
he's also part of the problem because he doesn't even know who his best team is, and he doesn't trust the players clearly, because he like today, after we score a goal, he brings on 3 players. Like,
Danny, where
Yeah, that was crazy.
Where
Me
do you
and Ben
think our
said it when it
squad?
happened.
Where
We
do you
said
think our squad ranks in the Premier League for strength of squad?
Strength of squad, honestly, I think we're a bang average mid-table team, if not 12th or 14th. That's where I think we are.
I disagree with that.
I
don't.
completely disagree with
I
that.
disagree with that.
I don't, because I tell you what, the way our season's going at the moment, that's where we're going to end up.
The squad that finished 5th is better now. We've got a better squad now than the team that finished 5th.
How is it better, Stel?
Kudus is better than
How's
any
Kudus-
winger we've had.
hold on.
We had Son.
How's Kudus better?
Yeah, we've signed Moani.
How is Kudus better?
He's better than any winger we had all day long.
No, how?
You don't think Kudus is better than any winger we've had in the last 2 years?
No, I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm saying he hasn't proven what Kulusevski has done for us in terms of numbers, goals and assists.
Because Kulusevski didn't get told to play this kind of football. This football, Danny. I think
so what
Frank.
football are you talking about, Stel? What, Ange's football?
We had a 0.01 XG in the first half, Danny.
Okay, so you have to-
0.01.
So what do you want, Stel? Do you want Ange football back?
No, I want balanced football. Balanced.
Well, we're not going to get that because the players are not good enough to play balanced. because they're
No,
not
no,
consistent
no.
enough.
Balance has got nothing to do with the players being
Stel,
shit because we've
Stel,
shown this year we can be
Stel,
balanced.
The problem we've got at this football
Danny,
club-
we're better than 10th. In my opinion, I think Spurs are a top 6, 7 side. We're better than what we're seeing at the moment.
No,
we're
no
better
chance.
than Fulham and we're better than Wolves. You're not going to make me think otherwise. We're better than Fulham
But
and
why
Wolves.
did we lose today against Fulham? If we're better than Fulham.
Because I don't think we've got the right manager at the club at the moment, Danny. And there's certain players that aren't good. When you said both players and manager, Danny, I'm answering your question. When you said both players and manager are the problem, I agreed with that. I think they're both at fault. I think they're both not good enough.
Right. So my next point, right, is what's the most famous speech from a manager that all of us praised, right? From the one manager you loved at Spurs, other than Poch, was Conte, right? What did he say when he exploded, right? You can change the managers, you can change everything. It's going to be the same thing because the players have it easy there, right? The mentality of the football club, right? Harry Kane said it himself. Fans, unfortunately, forget what actually people have said about this football club. The players have actually left the club and gone on one things, other things, or gone to bigger clubs or whatever it is, right? The problem with this club is that the mentality is they're not built to be ruthless. They have to be ruthless, right? So what I want to see, whether the manager is Frank or not, what I want to see is I want to see half of that squad, 10 players at least, be sold, right? Because there's a lot of shit in this squad, right? There are players that are inconsistent. They turn up when they want to turn up. They don't really put their effort in some games. Some games they might turn out and they'll go and beat a Man City. Other games they'll go and lose to Fulham
But
at home.
Danny, let me
Fucking
tell you
Fulham
this.
at home.
With what you're saying, you're basically telling me that Thomas Frank is doing an all right job because he's got them performing on par. This is where you think our squad is.
Yeah, but he's doing an all right job. But
He's not doing an all right job.
not all right
He's doing
to
a
lose to
terrible
Fulham.
job right now.
It's not all right to lose to
I never
Fulham.
expected us to be better than what we are right now.
But you
I
expect us to
honestly
beat
didn't.
Fulham and Wolves at home, surely?
That I expected to, yeah, definitely.
To go to Bodo
For sure.
Glimt, who we beat 2-0 last year, to beat them.
Yeah, but Bodo Glimt's a different conversation.
They're rubbish.
Still.
Who are they?
It's a different conversation still. It's Champions League.
Danny, we beat them last year.
No, we're not talking about Bodo Glimt. We're talking about Fulham today.
We're talking about teams that we should be beating. We should have beaten Bodo. We should have beaten Fulham. We should have beaten Wolves.
But basically, what you don't want to say, Stel, is that you're Frank out because you don't think he's
I've said
capable of-
I think the manager's the problem, Danny. I've said it. I think Frank is the problem. Yes, but I don't
So
just
you
think
want
it's
him
him. No, I don't think we should get rid of him now because if we get rid of him now, the interim, I don't think is available, and I don't think we can bring in a manager that's. Look, if it was me, Glasner, Iriola, or Poch, if we're going to have a proper project, a proper rebuild, they're the guys that I'd want to spearhead it and be patient with and give them the money. But we're not getting them now, so we must stick with Frank to the end of the season. But I think the way he's going, it doesn't matter what I think he's going to get sacked before it, Danny.
He probably will the way he's going. If he can't win another game in the Premier League until next year, right?
Yeah.
It could be any time he gets sacked.
Well, Ben
Like,
thinks it might be today.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't think he
also-
gets sacked tonight. I don't.
No, he won't. I mean, look.
I don't think so.
Also,
If he does,
also,
it'll be mental.
it would be mental because
be
it would
mad.
show that the mentality at the football club. Okay, he might be ruthless in that way, but it's like, what do fans want? Are we going to give a manager? Are we going to give a manager a chance to build something? Because in my opinion, I think Frank could be decent, a lot better than what he's doing if he's got the players he wants. I think, look, today I was watching Frank a lot, right? Do you know how many times I saw the guy getting frustrated because the players were not listening to what he was doing? Even near the end of the game, right? I think it was like in the 88th minute or something like that, right? Or something like that. There was a throw-in, right? And the players were just holding onto the ball for so long. And Frank was on the touchline, right? Screaming at Bentancur to come to the ball because no one was making any movements. So is that a Frank problem if he's telling them to move, right? And the players are just not doing it? Or is that a player problem?
It could be both, right? It could be that either they're not listening to him or they don't believe in what he's saying.
They didn't believe in Ange. Look what happened. They didn't listen to him.
They did believe in Ange because they stayed on the halfway line and they always attacked. They did exactly what he said. That was the problem. They believed in doing as they were told under Ange. That was the problem.
To an extent, they did. Yeah, to an extent.
Hey, they were on the halfway line every week.
So in my opinion, right, like they've got to make a decision of what they want to do for this football club because either they're gonna come out and say they've got to, at some point come out and give Frank the backing, right? If it's gonna be
What would you do, Danny? What would you do?
Right now, I'd probably give it. The thing is, if you give it to the end of the season, right? The problem we've got is giving it to the end of the season is that in January now, you can't go for the players that another manager might want.
Yeah.
And that's a big problem. You can't build on something right now.
We said
right?
that earlier.
And,
We did
and
say
that's
that.
where the biggest problem is. It's like, if you give Frank the January window, then you've already started to buying players that he might want.
So what would you do, Danny? What would you do?
I don't know. It's a hard decision. I think you've got to give him a chance. I still think.
How many more losses do you give it though, Danny?
Well, I mean, I suffered 22 defeats last year, so as long as it's not 22 defeats, I'm all right.
What a low bar. What a low bar, man.
What a fraud,
Oh,
Danny.
my Lord.
No, but on a serious note, right? Like,
As long
I
as
don't think
if we
can
lose 21, guys, game on.
No, on a serious
I'm
note.
joking.
serious note.
I'm joking.
I know. Serious note. Like, I don't. How many games have you lost now? What, 5 or 6?
We've other than Burnley, we haven't won a league game at home.
Yeah, I know, but how many league games have we actually lost this season? I don't have the stats.
I'll tell you now.
5. I think it is 5.
Ben's how many? I don't even know. We've drawn some. We've lost some. I don't know. I just had that got a clue.
This doesn't even tell you, but it's around 6 games.
I'll get it now.
I mean, yeah, is it 6 games or 5? 5 or 6, right? I don't really want to lose more than...
That was our 5th game, 5th loss.
5th loss. I don't want to lose more than 12 games this season.
We're losing the next 3, Danny.
After Newcastle, we'll be halfway there.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying. So, like, it depends. It all depends on what they're going to do in January.
Danny, let me ask you another question. What is your breaking point with the manager? What's the breaking point for you? At what point do you say, right, too much?
Do you know
when
what?
we hit 17, people say.
Yeah. Do you know what's hard, right? Is at the moment, it's very hard to judge. You can judge Franch on what he's giving us right now with the players he's got. But you can't judge Frank on what he could do in the future if he's given the players that he wants, right? He hasn't had he's only had one window, right? And even in that window, the club weren't getting, as what he said himself, they weren't aligned in what he wanted, right? So you're already getting bad omens from the way that the club has always been run.
Danny,
right?
we've won 5 games all season. We've won 5 games out of 13 this season.
Yeah, it's not good. But the thing is, Stel, I didn't expect us to winning most of those games, majority of them. Because
you expected us to win today, and you expected us to beat Wolves.
Yeah, but we should be beating them on paper. But the problem is we're not.
Danny,
right? In my opinion, right?
Yeah.
These players are not good enough. They're not confident enough.
Okay, you say they're not good enough. After the PSG game, I was in the studio, and every fan that called in, I said, "What's your prediction for Fulham?" Every single one of them said 2-0 Spurs. In the WhatsApp group I'm in, there's about 80 people, and on all the YouTube channels I've been in, everyone said 3-0, 3-1. Nobody said we would lose to Fulham. Not a single fan. So I don't believe it's okay to just say the players aren't good enough when 99% of the fan base said we would win today.
Oh, so what? Are the fans the experts then?
99% of... So why did every fan say we would win today?
Because they believe that we should be beating a team like Fulham.
Why? If the players are shit?
Because that's delusional.
So every fan's deluded.
So you think it's deluded to think? Do you honestly think it's deluded to think that we should be we can beat Fulham at home? Come on, don't be silly now.
I don't know what fans want because we have not changed
to beat
much
Fulham. To beat Fulham at home is what they want.
Oh, so is that your bar then, still?
Today, yes. And we couldn't do it because they're rubbish. They've not won a single game on the road. They barely score more than one goal a game.
Now, did you see them today, right? They couldn't pass the football.
And they beat us.
They couldn't fucking pass the football.
So imagine we're losing to shit like that, Danny.
Let me ask you this question, Stel.
Yeah.
Why, both of you, why is it that for 10 minutes of the game, we looked proper up for it? We were starting to pass the ball better. I saw the players for the first time all moving around. They were all moving around, right? Making runs, making spaces for the balls, for them to receive the ball. Why is it that they did it for 10 minutes?
Danny,
I can't tell you why.
Danny, it's the fact we only did it for 10 minutes. It's the fact we only did it for 10 minutes that's the problem.
Because these players, the players don't have it in them to do that for 90 minutes.
Of course
because
they do.
They don't want it as much.
They did it for 90 minutes against Man City.
No, they don't. If they did, we wouldn't be losing to Fulham.
Danny, to simply...
If they did, we wouldn't have lost that match.
Okay.
No way.
This is what I'm struggling with,
Danny,
right?
the tactics are not working.
Danny, this is what I'm struggling with. Whenever we lose... Danny, hold on. Whenever we lose...
I want Ryan Mason back.
Whenever we lose, the players are shit. The players are shit. Whenever we win, it's a different conversation. The players are either shit or they're not great, but we're not getting the best out of them. There's a middle ground. Danny, I'm just saying there's a middle ground where the players aren't brilliant, but they're better than what we saw today and against Fulham and against Bodo. They are better than that. Our players are better than that. They are.
Every single one is an international player playing for their country.
They are better than that.
They're not better than that. They're
Danny,
not. All right, I'll make a bet.
You're allowed your opinion. You're allowed your opinion.
If they sack Frank, right, and another manager comes in, I bet, and I don't mind doing like a £50 bet for charity, right? I bet that the The next manager will have the exact same problems because the players are still there. And it will not change until the manager who comes in, or whoever the manager is, gets their players
I tell
and
you,
has time to build what they want.
I tell you what a different manager would do, Danny. They would be consistent in their approach to the game and stick with it and not tinker to this level. They might adapt once in a while, but this level of adaptation is being overdone. I've never seen any manager, Danny, any manager at Spurs tinker this much. And I haven't. I can't think of a manager that chopped and changed as much as this. Never.
You talk about Areola and you talk about Glasner, but they don't change at all.
And that's what a philosophy should be.
Yeah, but they still lose games still. They're still not good enough.
They're both above Tottenham. They're both above Tottenham, Danny. They're both above us, Danny.
Yeah,
They're above us.
Bournemouth can, in one game. The season hasn't finished yet.
But we're going by what we could only judge by now, though, right? We can't. We don't have a crystal ball.
Based on what you said last week, Sunderland are a better team than us.
10 minutes, Danny.
No, they're not a better team, but they've got a better approach to playing football. Their players are not better than Spurs. No chance.
I tell you, Glasner with Crystal Palace, with the players that he's got, has lost like 2 games in something crazy, like 5 months or something.
Look, for me personally, I think with the players that we have, until majority of them are gone, right, I don't think anything changes in this football club, in my opinion.
Fair enough, Danny. Look, we'll leave it there. Thank you for coming on, mate.
God bless Danny. Barry, big up.
See you later, boy.
See you later, Barry. See you later, Bobby. Cheers, mate. You too. All right, we'll move on. Let's bring Alex on.
He came for me after me. He came tooth and nail for me.
What happened? I didn't see it. What happened?
Oh, Alex, let him talk. I'm just going to sit back and listen.
Guys, we can't forget these words. They don't want to play under pressure. They don't want to play under stress. It's easy this way. It's comfortable here. Who said that? Who said that? Who uttered those words?
Is playing Fulham pressure?
It will never change. It will never change. You can keep switching managers, and I'm not saying that Frank isn't at fault, because he's the culprit for a lot of things. The XG, you can directly point that to him because we didn't see those patterns last season in the same sort of record-breaking way. 3 out of the 5 worst, I said this last time I hopped on, 3 out of the worst 5 XG accumulations this season in the Premier League have come from us. And we're now the team with the most home defeats. Home defeats under 20. I think it is, I don't know, I saw a stat, 10.
In the calendar year, yeah.
Yeah, in the calendar year, 2025 out of all Premier League teams. And you have to account for Burnley and the other teams that came up.
That is mostly under Angela, to be fair. That was mostly under Angela.
That is
it's still building up under Frank, though.
You have to blame both parties, and I'm not like I'm gonna call Danny out like he's on the extreme. He's like all the players, it's only the players. I'm balanced. I'm not gonna be, because it's a combination of both. It's always a combination of both. But these players, you can see it in them. We've seen it multiple times this season. There's nothing at stake for them. We're at home. There's nothing at stake. When we're trailing, that's when they turn their game on, because then the pressure is on.
Let me ask you this, Alex. Let me ask you this because we, a lot of people are talking about these players, right? The starting 11 today. Who is the terrible player in our team in the starting 11 today? And man for man, in my opinion, we're much better than Fulham.
Yeah, of course. But first of all, I have to call out our youngsters, because our youngsters, they're young players. They'll always have inconsistencies in their game. You can't rely upon them as first team starters. As a big six club as we supposedly are, we can't rely on them. And who's responsible for having these players being their first team starters? It's Levy and the squad he's left with us. Most of these players, they're Levy players. Lucas and Archie, they can't be relied upon to be first team starters, and no other big club in this league has that. They all have experienced top professionals that put in performances every week, players that you can rely on.
Lucas Bergvall was one of our best players last season.
Yeah, he is. He was, but he will be inconsistent. Today he was good. He got hooked. For Sar that did nothing. It's all chopping and changing. I agree with Stella on this, because last stream I was more skeptical and I went against these arguments, but Yeah, I don't know what you can say. Frank said it before the the PSG press conference was really, really, really good. They said, every successful big manager, they always they clear their entire squad. They get rid of, they keep maybe one, two, three. And the reason for that is not because these players aren't just, they're not good enough. It's because these players that are in the beginning of a project, let me know if you understand this, but in the beginning of a project, they're the furthest away from the success. They're the furthest away. Players that join 2, 3 years down the line, they're closer to the final product. They're closer to it, and then it's easier for them to believe. It's easier for them to believe. And right now, with this squad, I don't think we have a manager that is a great motivator. I think that's the issue. I don't think he has this thing about them that Jose and Conte, they had it. They had it.
Do you know what? A few people
Doesn't
have called
matter,
in
they had
tonight
it.
and they've mentioned the
And
personality
I
thing.
think during his first season, he
I
had the
mentioned it.
motivation. He could turn these players on because he wanted to do something exhilarating. He wanted to do something free flowing, something that goes on the intuition of players. It's easy. They just have to do their thing. There's no overthinking like it is now. Like, don't shoot outside the box. Don't cross if it isn't a clear cut like opportunity. Because this is what the players are doing now. They're overthinking. You can see it in them. It's all half-hearted. Like Kudus, when he's about to cross, like he's like, no. And when they're outside of the box, they have good shooting opportunities. They don't shoot. It's all like overthinking, and it stems from the manager. It stems from the manager. You can't take it away from them. You can't. And
Where the hell do we go from here, Alex?
one thing that's certain is that we can't keep on burning through managers. I mean, the greatest, my favorite manager since Poch said it, Conte, he said, you can't keep on changing managers, but nothing's going to change. We can't keep on doing it. I don't think right now there's nothing to gain in changing.
But you can't
changing
keep
a
with the
manager.
wrong manager either, though.
Yeah, of course, though. But right now, do you think changing a manager right now will get us a better league position or win us a trophy? If the answer is no, then it's not worth it.
I don't think it's going to be. Doesn't matter what we think. I think if he keeps going like this, he's going to be sacked by the club.
It's awful right now. But getting an interim in right now that won't be a Riolo or Glasner because they're not leaving their jobs. Will it improve us? Will it probably make us get a better league position or win a trophy? Because if the answer is no, then
we're not winning a trophy, in my opinion.
No, but then it's not worth it.
I mean, never say never, but
unless you can't bring in a Conte caliber type of manager, which isn't available on the market right now, then honestly,
Javi's available.
Yeah, Xavi's not going to come to us.
I honestly,
well, we would have said Conte isn't coming.
We're in the lowest sort of place right now with Frank. We're in the lowest.
We say that every week.
We are, and he wasn't even because none of us, when we appointed him, none of us went, shit, this is a good, like, damn, like this feeling you get when you sign him.
Are you the amount of love,
no.
Professor, best
the
coach,
feeling,
tactical master tactician? I heard so much about
the feeling we got when we signed Xavi Simons was that the equivalent, but on the manager side with Frank. I don't think that was this.
All right, I hear what you're saying. Okay, all right.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, and he wasn't even my top, appointment. I didn't expect miracles this season, but I didn't expect it to become this bad, honestly. And I think it just speaks of how we don't have a group of players together that feel like a team.
Alex, can I ask something? Because
let me just finish this. I just want to put this out there.
Yeah.
The reason why I think this group went on to win the Europa League last season was because all of those players, they didn't want their names etched into history as the worst Tottenham team ever. Because that was what it was. If they didn't win that final, that was what they were going to be. The worst team ever. They didn't want that.
I think they just wanted to win the trophy, and they believed they could
that motivated them alongside Ange's motivation, because he had been the league off, as you said. We saw something there that was great, but it papered over the cracks because that same team, even when we had our players back there in Ange, they still disappointed in the league. They still, in the league, they for some reason, they shat their pants. They shat their pants in the league. Even when Romero and Mickey were back and we had our full defensive line, it was all still poor. And I think the only solution is to stick with him, at least at the end of the season, have a great January window now and see where it takes us. Because
do you know what? Ben,
We don't really have many options, do we?
Ben,
we
do you
don't.
know-
We just gotta accept it. We're all in panic mode right now. So
Do you know what? I really struggle with this conversation with all Spurs fans where and it's been happening all season and it's just happened again where we play PSG and all I heard was I see positives and Frank is onto something. He's changed his ways now. He's being more attacking. I hear all this big up praise, and then we lose a game, and it's players are shit. Team, not you, Alex.
It's because you get lulled into a false sense of security every time at Spurs, and it's always the case. And it's happened so many times since Pochettino has left this club. It's 1 step forward and 5 steps backwards, and we get lulled in this false sense of security when we see something half positive. We create a 1 chance, and we're all like, yes, we can create chances.
But Ben, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Because these players, this core group of players, most of them have either been signed from mid-table clubs with mediocre wages, or they're simply not experienced enough when it comes to winning. They don't have that age or like winning experience. They've come from clubs like Bournemouth.
Nor has the manager.
Forest.
He's got no winning experience, and he's come from a mid-table club.
But
So's the
Poch
manager.
Didn't have any winning. Still, Poch didn't have any winning experience. Still, and we call him the greatest
1 minute,
manager
hold
at
on.
the club.
Poch got Southampton 6th place in the league, and he was playing some of the best football in the Premier League.
Yeah,
he wasn't a winner. He wasn't a winner.
It's not objective success on paper. It's not like.
No, but what I'm saying, Alex, is if you're looking for a young, promising, up-and-coming manager who's playing the Spurs way, Poch ticked those boxes. Iriola is ticking those boxes if that's what you want. Or you go for that proven winner manager like
I get
we
what
did
you
with
mean.
Ange, like what Glasner's doing, like what Conte was. But Frank is neither. He's not a winner, nor a manager that plays football the way we like. What is Frank to you, Alex? What manager is he to you? What type of manager is he?
Right now, he's the manager that was identified by the club to come in and sort of stabilize us, from the mess of last season.
Do we look
that
stable?
was his mission. I believe the first thing they said to him when
Do
he
we
walked
look
into that
stable?
room is, "You have to stabilize us. You have to make us solid. We can't be like this. We can't get humiliated every week." I think that was, and going back to Ange, honestly, I have to be brutal because the amount of people I said, "Bring him back, bring him." Ange is a manager of success until it comes to a certain level. After that, it stops. This season, he wouldn't have won a trophy, a domestic trophy, which is on paper. I hate to say it, it's harder to win a domestic trophy than the Europa League.
How do you know?
I agree with
He was
that.
90 minutes away from the Carabao Cup final last
Still,
year.
he wouldn't. I
we got eaten
firmly
alive.
believe he
Yeah,
wouldn't
we
have
did,
won
but we
a
went
trophy
to Anfield,
this
which was
season.
like the
He
place
wouldn't have won
to
a
be
trophy
last
this
year, wasn't
season
it?
with this group of players. And the only way I see Ange working in this league, because Dyche proved he's a better Premier League when it comes to Premier League results than Ange within 2 weeks.
Yeah, but
The
Forest
only
is a
way I
defensive team. They're not in a.
But
Alex,
the only
can I
way
ask
I
you a
see
question?
Ange working in this
Alex,
league is with 1 game a week, or if he has a
Right,
world
Forget Ange. He's gone. Right, he's gone. Forget Ange. He's gone.
Yeah, so
Can I
that's
ask you
that's why
this?
when I say people like they're obsessed, like, oh, we have to go back to him. No, we can go back to bed. We can replace better managers.
Okay, let me ask you this. Is it possible that Ange wasn't the solution going forward, but Frank isn't the solution for what we want to do next? Is that possible? Or do you as a fan, forget what the club thinks, me, anyone in the comments, do you think Thomas Frank is the man to build a project that takes us to the promised land? Is he that guy? And if so, I want you to explain to me why he's that guy.
Honestly, I can't say right now, and I can't believe in it. How can I believe in him being that guy when the patch we're going through now, it's looking like it's you can't see any light right now. If you can't see any light, then I don't know what kind of there's no real optimism. But yeah, he doesn't have that winning experience. So until he wins his first trophy, then you can't call him a winner. So it's hard to say, but. Yeah, I don't even. There's nothing better we can do. That's my belief right now. There's no other guy out there that we can bring in that will get this group of players sort of motivated and looking up to him as a profile of like, yeah, we want to perform for this guy. Because if we bring something in, I think it'll be on nobody that none of these players will go like, yeah.
I think these group of players, no matter what any fan thinks of them, I think they just need a way of playing football to stick to it, one that isn't restrictive, one that isn't all-out gun-ho attack, one that's got some balance, and they just get to play some balanced football for 10 games in a row in a similar system, and just let them get some respite and understanding of what it is they're trying to do. I think we need a manager. I don't actually care who it is, just someone that does that. If Frank can do that, I think he fixes a lot of the issues. The issue I've got at the moment is he's not doing that. And I think that's, I mean, do you think that's fair, Ben? That's what we're crying out for now. Just a stable way of playing football that isn't ultra defensive but isn't ultra attacking. Just a bit of balanced play.
I said on stream with Sim the other day that Ange was too much this way. Frank has been too much this way. We do need someone in the middle. That's what we need right now.
Do you know what I think this overthinkering goes down to? The core reason to it is, for me, Frank has done his homework. He has analyzed last season, and he's seen the disaster that was of last season with our injury crisis, and he's gone, I can't repeat this. I cannot.
But we all said last season we need a manager who can adapt, and that's what Frank's trying to do.
Yeah, but I think he's gone, I'll do anything in my way not to repeat this injury crisis.
He over-adapts, though.
I think his reason is for rotating so much and going in and out. He doesn't want another injury. He doesn't want to cause another injury crisis that will risk him losing a job. I think that's the main reason down to the over.
But he's going to lose his job losing every single week.
Yeah, and it's costing him. Obviously, it's costing him. And I think he's an overthinker. He said that himself. He's an overthinker. He thinks he thinks too much, and but still, it goes down to this. These players that we have now, most of them, you can't look at them and talk about them as winners. Most of them have been at clubs where there's no winning culture. And
they won the Europa Cup.
We're the only Big Six club where a player signs for the club and he doesn't feel like.
Our players won the Europa Cup, Danny. They won the Europa Cup.
When this player says,
Alex, our players won the Europa Cup.
Yeah, and I said that was the main reason down to that was because they were obsessed with not becoming the worst team in history.
Now we're diminishing our success in order to justify the narrative. We diminish the players when we lose.
The happiest day of my life was when we won that trophy. I'm not diminishing.
So you think in that cup final, those players said, we must win to not go down as the worst team, or we must win because we want to be winners and have a winner's medal. I think it was about winning the trophy.
It was, and that part came from Ange. That's where I credit him. He was the main motivator, the main leader of the group. He was the head of the group that sort of got us there, and that got all the players under him to win this trophy. But it was also a case of they couldn't accept themselves as they looked at the league and they were like, this is an absolute, it's a shit show. If we don't win this trophy, then everything is like. But I just want to finish it up with this. Top players from top clubs, they're the ones that go into every single game, no matter if they haven't heard of this team before that they're facing. They go into every single game. They're ruthless. They have to win. There's no other option. They have to win. The core group of our players that we've bought to the club, they've come from clubs that don't have those expectations. So either it is that we have to have this culture established at Spurs for when they come in, they have to feel it. They have to feel like a shit. I have to win here. I have to win. It's sensible, but like everything around me, I have to win. It's all about winning. I don't think we have that culture at the club, and that's Levy's legacy, in my opinion. And it comes down to club culture, in my opinion. I think we're the only Big Six club where when players sign, they don't feel this pressure of like, we have to win. We have to win. Like, I have to win. I have to win. Like, if I don't, then it's disaster. I think the mentality is the main.
How do we fix that?
Yeah, it's the main issue.
How do we fix that?
The main issue at the club, and that's why we say. Still, you say this. Oh, fans! One game they blame the players. They say shit, and then the other game is the manager, and everything's great. Why it fluctuates like that is because it depends on the pressure. I don't think our players need motivation to perform against PSG away. It's a different sort of pressure in their mind. At home, it's more. Most of these players they hadn't even heard about Fulham before joining us. Like it's at that level. It's like
Alex,
it's like we're at home,
Leeds United away is pressure.
Yeah,
We won that
it
game.
is.
There's no pressure.
It is, but it's always going to be up and down with players who perform after. It's always going to be like this with them. Inconsistencies.
There's
It's always going to be like that. You're never going to get consistency with players that aren't obsessed with winning. You're not, because they're going to turn up whenever they feel like it.
I think if you look at the teams that won often, Redknapp, Poch, Conte got us from 12th, convinced Harry Kane to start playing football again, got us 4th. These managers, they drove that mentality. They drove that energy. They drove that. They instilled it within the team, no matter what good or bad players they had. For me, it's a mentality that comes from the if the manager leads the way, the club should then follow. We didn't follow with Poch, and that's why it collapsed. But the manager, I think, has to show something to the club. I'm worth it. If the manager doesn't show that they're worth it, then I think that's. What do you think, Ben? I think it stems from manager. Do you think it stems from above?
I think it does stem from above. I think it filters from. Look, don't get me wrong. I don't think the manager's portraying that right now, and I think to a certain extent, a manager can get that out of them. Conte can only get it out of them temporarily. He couldn't carry on with it. Why is that? Why couldn't Conte carry on with that winning mentality?
He needs to be back.
So it does stem from the top.
But what I'm saying is, if you're a club, would you back a manager that doesn't show you that they deserve backing? Like Conte, Redknapp, and Poch earned the.
But why
right
hire them? They hired him. They hired him for a reason.
Still, you're proving your own point.
Nuno got sacked because he showed to the club you're not worth backing. Mason never got the job because he proved you're not worth backing.
You're proving what you're saying right now.
Sorry.
Redknapp, Poch, and Conte, none of them won anything, but they created a team to be feared. They created a team to be feared, and that's as far as they could take the club. Without backing, that's as far as they could take us. And that's where club mentality comes in. That's where. What does the club want? Where does the club want to take us from the maximum point of the manager has done all he can? He can't.
The manager can only take. What he's saying is a manager can only take us as a certain way, as far as a certain way.
That's where the club has failed us.
So mentality does come from the top.
We didn't win anything with Poch, but they did their best. They couldn't do much more. They could make individuals variation like in finals, and that could have maybe gotten over the line. But at the end of the day, they needed backing from the top, and that's where club mentality, the overall, you have to be unified as one toward one common goal. If the manager wants something else from the board, then it's never going to work. Yeah. If the manager wants to win and the board doesn't want to win, then it won't work out. It'll end up in a sacking like it did with all of those managers.
I think it's both.
We're going to go around in circles.
Juan de Ramos won a trophy under this ownership, and so did Ange. I think it's both. I think, yes, you're both right. I totally agree. The club has to back to take it to where it needs to be. You're right. But I also think the manager has to show the club, I'm worth it. Whether the club listens to that or not is a different conversation. But I would not want my club to throw money at any manager that isn't showing they're worth it. They've got to show just something. Whoever it may be. I'm not just talking about Frank, I'm talking about any manager.
This is where a manager gets irrelevant to the conversation, because when you have a board that's ambitious enough to sign quality players that are good under any manager, that are quality players that any manager can utilize, then the manager doesn't become as important anymore. Why the manager has become such an important figure at Tottenham for the years there, because we signed mediocre players that only work in a system.
So how did Ange finish top 5 then, Alex?
He finished top 5 because he had one game a week. I said that's the only way you're going to make Ange work in this league is if he plays one game a week. Otherwise, his playing style is unsustainable. And he was a motivator. As a manager, he was a motivator. He motivated his players when the tactic wasn't up to level.
How did Pochettino get top 6 in his first season?
He was a great tactician and a motivator and someone that brought the group together. I only think Frank is one of these things, and I think he's only a smart tactician. But when it comes to motivation, getting this family feel around the group, I don't think he's as great as.
And also, Stel, what you got to remember about Pochettino as well, we got lucky in a sense that all the top clubs were off it at that moment in time. Arsenal was shit, Liverpool was shit, Man City weren't the Man City that we've been seeing over the last 5 years. Chelsea were up and down. Like, we got lucky in that sense that all the top clubs weren't really at it consistently.
But we were a brilliant football team.
We were a brilliant football team.
Because you can say we got lucky, But look what he did in Europe against some of the best teams in the world.
Agreed.
That wasn't Premier League. He made us good. I agree with both of you. I think the
league is different now, though. It's different now. Fulham at 15th, they're 15th right now. If they win a game, then they can go up to 6th. That's how tight it is. That's how tight it is. The league is different. All the teams, they've realized
Alex,
now.
can I ask you one question then? And this is my last question I have for you.
Yeah.
If we keep losing like this, like lose to Newcastle, lose to Brentford, lose to Forest, just keep losing, would you say, go on then, Frank, here's 150 million in January?
No. If we're gonna spend those 150 million on mediocre, sort of Spursy levels that we've signed during the last.
No, that's what I'm asking, Alex. It's not my question. My question is, if you said to Frank, if he keeps losing, would you give him a checkbook to go and open up in January if we keep losing like this?
I get what you mean, but if we sign a Semenyo for one of these, then I don't care if Frank's the manager, because I know that the next manager that comes in is going to be...
I'm asking you, would you give Frank the money to spend, Alex? Not who we're going to sign.
Yes, because it don't matter.
Okay.
If we lose now, I don't think... Because what's something that we haven't done at Spurs is we haven't ever gone through a really shitty patch with a manager and stuck through it.
Well, like last year?
We've never done that. We've never done that, so I think we have to...
Last year?
Yeah, but that was like a dead end. That was like a dead end.
This was an excuse, man.
I think it comes now. If you lose, like, let's say, against Newcastle and Brentford, I don't think you sack him. I don't think you do. I think you stuck through it.
No, I'm just wondering what fans think, because I think it's a good question to ask.
Yeah, I think you stick through it. You stick through it and you see where it leads us. If it's a dead end, then you call it at the end of the season. You don't call it now, and we'll see where it takes us. Because, and I don't even think this new hierarchy has the balls to sack managers like Levy does. I don't think with Vinay.
We don't know.
I don't think they're going to be as ruthless. I think they're going to see it out either way.
Maybe not. But look, Alex, always a pleasure to speak to you, my friend. Thanks for
big
coming
up, guys.
on today.
Thanks for having me.
Big up, Alex.
Just want to get your opinion on this, still.
Yeah.
So, where is it? We'll get the footage on as well from X. But Pedro Porro was seen shouting at Lucas Bergvall as he applauded the fans at full-time whistle. Then Porro did not applaud the plans and instead went down the tunnel and threw off his shirt as he did so. So, what's going on there? Why is Pedro Porro screaming at Lucas Bergvall to stop applauding the fans?
What was the game where Spence and Van der Ven refused to shake Frank's hand and they stormed off?
That was... Let's bring the footage on. Was that Chelsea?
Chelsea, yeah.
Was it not Chelsea? Yeah. Put this on. We put it on big screen.
So there's Bergvall. You're saying go clap. I can't see
because our thing's in the way. Maybe just take us off just completely so we can just see it.
So there's a Dogie and Porro walking off.
It's Tell.
Sorry, Tell, beg your pardon. Porro's going down, so Tell's just taking his shirt off. Porro's just taking his shirt off. What are we looking at here, guys?
I think the only thing we're looking at here is Porro shouting at Bergvall to not go in.
Where's he shouting at them? Oh, he's gone over there. There's 23. Yeah. He's shouting, yeah, because the players pulled him away. So last time go away. Yeah, but is he saying we don't know what he's saying though, Ben. We don't know what he's saying. He's definitely cross with Bergvall because Sarr went over to him and said, leave him alone.
The Independent are reporting that he's shouting at Lucas Bergvall as he's applauding fans. So,
yeah.
Do you think there's anything in that and what the validity in what they're saying?
When you lose a game that you're not supposed to,
I think just tempers running high.
Yeah. Like we saw it against Chelsea where players were just really pissed off with their performance. If you're hot-blooded, you're going to unleash. It's a bit like when we saw Ange last year arguing with fans. It's just tempers, passion. It's part of the game. It happens.
Vicario comes out. He's posted on Instagram and he says, "I take full responsibility for the second goal we conceded. Moments like this hurt, especially when the results aren't going our way. Now more than ever, it's time to fight even harder and give everything for this club. And you know what? Look, he's made a massive error today, Vicario, but at least someone's coming out and trying to take accountability.
Yes, but again, how many times have we heard we're trying hard, we'll fix this, we'll be back. You know, pictures of them in the gym, training hard. And I think, do you know what, Ben? You get to a point where things like sorry the words don't mean anything anymore because you say it so many times.
Yeah.
I think at the moment there's a disconnect between the fans and the players, and it's because the fans have been put through hell at home. You cannot blame the fans right now for how they feel at home, because the problem is at home, right? The biggest problem is at home.
Yeah.
And the players, they're receiving the back end of it. So it's all manifesting, isn't it? Yeah. The home form is, I think, causing this.
And Frank said on the tactics, I think for me, the first half, we were clearly rushing things too much. I think it's difficult to judge too much. In the second half, I felt it worked before the 3 changes.
So why'd you make the changes then?
So he's basically coming out admitting that his changes were all wrong.
He's trying too hard, man. He's trying too hard to find answers and solutions and just stick to one way, bro. Stick to it, man.
Let's bring on Jack. How you doing, Jack?
Oh, God. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you, mate.
How you doing, Jack?
We can hear you, mate. I think we can feel your pain through the screen as well. Talk to me. How are you feeling right now?
God. I actually had a feeling that we would lose today, and the reason is because, you know, Fulham haven't won an away game all season, and they come to us and we lose. Like, there's no excuse from that. Thomas Frank.
Stock to Tottenham, innit?
Yep. Literally said that, like Fulham haven't won an away game all season. Dr. Tottenham, let's change that, because that's what we do. Like, Thomas Frank is under immense pressure. Like, he is so. If we lose against, Newcastle away is probably one of the hardest games in the Premier League since they battered Everton today. Going up there to even get a draw is going to be super hard. And then if we verse Brentford and we lose to Brentford at home against Frank's former team, I reckon he'll be gone. And look, I'm willing to give Frank time, but these performances have to change. They have to.
What was your feeling when we hired Thomas Frank?
I thought he was probably better than Ange, just because of the way his tactics and how good tactically he is, how he's taken Brentford, made them a bit better. I do question with Ange, like when Ange got sacked, I thought it was a good decision. But now you're thinking, okay, because, under Ange, right, the last 8 to 10 games of the season, he's like, okay, Ipswich are too far below us, so we're not going to get relegated. So let's just put everything and give everything for the Europa League. And we won it. And Ange proved he was a winner. He proved he was a winner. He said, I always win things in my second season. He did that. Yeah. No one believed it, including me. I didn't think we would win a trophy, and we did. But now, we're losing to teams that we should be beating. The home form is terrible. It's so toxic inside the stadium, when even the half-time whistle went, boos just so loud, and at full time as well, and the players are upset. I could see Porro was upset. It looks like he was shouting at a fan today or something. I don't know what was happening, but oh man, it's just over again, and we've got a tough game against Newcastle in 2 days. Oh man, I'm a bit worried.
Do you think there is a reality where Frank keeps his job?
If he turns us around, yes.
Yeah, but do you think he can turn it around?
I don't know. I think Frank's project will take time, but it's not like these are all pre-season games, and all of these don't matter. It's like these games matter. We got smoked up in the North London derby, absolutely cooked in the North London derby. We were better against PSG, but still conceded 5 goals. And then against Fulham, they're a team that we should be beating. We were good for that 10-minute spell at the start of the second half, and then after that, we were just terrible. And we have been all game. And I don't know why he keeps doing. Like he keeps changing the team. Like he'll go five at the back against PSG, he'll go four at the back against Fulham, he'll go five at the back against Arsenal. So he keeps chopping and changing it. And one thing I do feel for Ange as well is obviously Ange had an injury crisis. Obviously, 22 defeats in the Premier League is terrible. No, not acceptable. But imagine Ange with like Kudus, Polinia, Simons, Moani. Imagine Ange was backed that much to the point where he actually had a good team, because when we had a lot of injuries last season, we were playing like Archie Gray was playing every game, and yeah, I mean it's not good, and he has to turn it around. Otherwise, we're gonna struggle in the near future.
So you're saying it was a mistake to sack Ange?
No, not necessarily. I think 17th in the league is terrible, and I was actually thought it was the right decision at the time. But now looking back on it, should we have stuck with Ange? Because it's just the same thing with Spurs, as a manager after manager after manager after manager after manager. Ever since Pochettino's been sacked, it's just been the same. We've hired a manager, they've started well, then Frank started well. He bet Burnley, we bet Man City, we played well in the Super Cup. But like it's a manager after manager after manager, and unfortunately we've only had one of them that has brung us silverware, and that was Ange. And obviously we've had Mourinho, Conte, and stuff, but I don't think. Look, I think Frank, I think he's a good manager, but like he can't just like keep having all these losses at home, and not even at home as well, away in the league as well, and in Europe. But like we play well in Europe, and you think, okay, we can actually do something in the league. And then we just go out and pull that. It's so annoying. Like it really annoys me when we lose to teams we should be beating.
A lot of people have come on here and talked about Frank is too nice for the job, too nice to be a Tottenham Hotspur manager. Do you think there's validity to that?
Well, when they say nice, do they mean like he's too like he's too humble, like he doesn't like yell at his players enough, or what do you mean by that? Like
I think they mean like he's just taking that kind of Brentford mentality where it's all right to lose a couple of games. Like he said in the press conference about the percentages of good performances to mediocre performances to poor performances. Like he's making jokes about we're guaranteed to lose games, and off the back of that he's saying, well, I've achieved my target. I've lost some games. These kind of stuff he's talking about in the press conferences. Maybe he doesn't have it in him to grab the players by the scruff of the neck, like maybe Ange did with the motivational talks, like Conte did in those kind of aspects.
Yeah, I agree. Like, in the press conference before the North London derby, he said, "Who's Eze?" Like, I get it probably was a joke, right? But like, and then he just goes and scores a hat trick. It's hat trick. It's like, bro, mate, come on. Like, I mean, I do agree that like and also at the start before, I'm pretty sure I can't remember when this was. It was like at the start of the season though. He said like, oh, there's going to be some crappy results. There's going to be bad results. Like, it's like I understand why he's saying that, but you're basically saying there's going to be shit performances through the season. And I do agree, like, when you're in a manager of a top six club, and if Spurs even consider themselves a top six club, like, you have to, you've got to just have fight, like Frank's a good coach, but he needs to be more aggressive. He needs to like yell at his players. Like I love when we're losing and a manager's screaming at their players. Like I don't think it's entirely Frank's fault. Like the goals we conceded today, Vicario, not sure what he's doing for that second goal, and then the first goal. And then again with the fourth goal, not fourth goal, we could have conceded four, like where Porro got absolutely done, and then the guy round Vicario and Van der Ven saved us about 5 times today. But I think Frank's good, but these performances have to change, otherwise he could very much be gone, and probably before Christmas or even before the New Year. Like he could be sacked.
If we do go lose our next 2-3 games, will you want him sacked though, or would you say just give it time? And how much time? When does that actually end? How much time can we give?
It's hard because like you don't know. Like if we so let's say we lose to Newcastle, which we pretty much will. Like Newcastle's such a hard place to go, St James's Park. So if we lose to Newcastle, we lose to Brentford, and we lose to Forest, I'm probably will be Frank out. And the reason is because we can't, like I heard people talking about before, like we can't be looking at like Nottingham Forest and Crystal Palace and be shitting ourselves. Like we should be looking at that and go, okay, we need to get points. I was looking at today and going, okay, I think we can get points, but I won't be surprised if we lose, because that's what we always do, and prove me right. Like I think if we lose against Newcastle, we lose against Brentford, and we lose against Forest, and I think after Forest we've got Liverpool as well, who are obviously on bad form, but Like we need, or we might have a Champions League game or something, but it needs to change because it's just not clicking. The players don't look like they're. It's just I don't know what the plan is, to be honest, and I don't know where we are in the league at the moment, but we're certainly drifting down the table, and I think it's one win at home. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, one win at home all season, joint points with 14th in the league.
Yeah.
1 point away
That
from
is-
15th in the league.
Yeah, that is. I mean, it's still early days. Like the table's so tight. If we won today, we probably would have gone up to fifth or fourth. But it's just like there's no word to describe like how we're playing at the moment. I mean, today against PSG, we're a little bit better. Like I said, we got smoked up in the North London derby, and yeah, I mean, there's not much to say other than let's try and turn these performances around.
We can try, mate. We can try. But thank you for coming on, Jack.
I appreciate it, guys. Up the Spurs.
Up the Spurs, mate.
Big up, Jack.
All right, let's keep going. We got a lot of guests, so I think we're going to try and make these the calls a bit shorter. But let's go to Rocco.
Hey, boys.
Rocco, talk to me.
Hey, Rocco.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all.
Why not?
I'm out £10.
Oh, you put a bet on, did you?
Yeah, I made a bet with my dad that we were going to win, and nah.
What
But-
scoreline did you predict?
2-0 Tottenham.
That's what everyone said, yeah, on Wednesday.
We can't be losing to a team like Fulham. Because if we accept that we're as bad or on the level of a Fulham, then we're relegation fodder. We're accepting last year wasn't a fluke. We're accepting it.
Oh my God.
It's not
true,
good
though.
enough. Yeah,
I know.
It's so
we
true.
can't accept it. And the players aren't that bad. We've got. They're all. I think you all said it earlier. But they're international players. Brennan
Yeah.
Johnson starts for Wales every week. I know he didn't play today, but it's an example. Xavi scored for the Netherlands. Solanke, when he was fit, was being picked for England. They're not bad players.
Moani was called up for France.
Yeah. I think Moani was. I actually agree
Been
with
too
you,
cool place
Stel.
for Uruguay.
I think Moani was one of our brightest sparks today, but the only reason he didn't do more was because he was left on his own.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly in the first half, yeah.
Yeah, his physicality was fantastic. And when he did get the balls to him, he was fantastic in those 10 minutes. But then again, we didn't do it.
So for you, the issues that we have now are solely down on the manager. Is that what you're saying?
No. Obviously it is some part of the player's fault. I think Paulinho and Paulinho and Bentancur today were terrible. I haven't liked Bentancur since the start of the season. I think
Benton Corney came on for like 20 minutes, didn't he?
yeah, but I still didn't like him. I thought he did. Even throughout the whole season, I think he's been pretty horrific. And propped up by Paulinho. Paulinho was terrible today. He's been one of my favourite signings, but I have to accept the fact that he was shit today. The only two players that deserve three. Sorry. The only three players that deserved anything today, any praise, are Kudus, Moani, and Van der Ven. But
Bergvall?
Bergvall and Gray. I thought Gray wasn't as bad
Half
as
the team.
some people say. I don't think he should have went off. I was actually pretty disappointed with that. But those couple of players, I think you can put them to the side and you can say they're not as bad. They're not bad, and they played well. But the rest of them were shit. I thought Porro was horrific today. I thought Udogi was horrific today, and I thought Frank was horrific today because you hear all this about him changing tactics and changing these. Why didn't we change to a back three when it was clear that they were just getting the space on the wide anyway? Why didn't we play the system that we played against PSG that worked so well for us?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't understand it.
Just tell me what is the way forward here? Is the way forward to change the manager?
I think we need to give him to the end of the year. I don't like it. I really,
Season or year,
if
Rocker?
we can
End of year or end of season?
end of the end of the season, if we can look at it now and we can find a manager who's willing to come into January, a good manager who's willing to come in January and do a job with us, stick it out with us until the summer, and then we give him more money, good. Get a manager in January. But if we can't, do not replace him, because there's no point bringing a manager in for 6 months and then sacking him again at the end of the year. Because be realistic, if we bring in a nobody manager, he's not going to do any different than Frank. So depending who we can get in January, then it decides on if he should stay, because I absolutely do not think he should be here. At least at the end of the season, he should not be at this club, because he showed nothing, absolutely
Taking
nothing.
Poch
and
back in the
showed
summer?
more.
Pochettino
That's
back
what I
in the
want.
summer?
That's what I want. That was my childhood. My childhood of Poch football. I want him back in the summer after he's done with his escapades in the USA. He needs to come back, because Frank shouldn't be here. He's
Do you
not good
think
enough.
do you think Poch would split the fan base, or do you think he'd unite the fan base?
Unite it. Absolutely unite it. He's a motivator. He's someone we've had before. He's got what's the word for it? Credit in the bank. And I think he could bring us together. White Hart Lane became a fortress under him. I don't remember, I think it was 2017 or 2019 he was manager, and how many home games did we lose that season?
It was the last season at White Hart Lane, 2016, I think it was, where we didn't lose a home game. I think we drew 2.
We didn't lose one. It became a fortress, and then after a while, after we settled in at Wembley, it also became a fortress. And he does that. He's able to do that, and then he's able to go in away games, and he's also be able to be this underdog. And I think that's what we need. We need a motivational manager who's got a style, he's got tactics, he's got credit in the bank, who's been around the world, and he come back, bring him back. Imagine what he could do with the Kudus, with the Moani, with a Bergvall. These are players, I think specifically Bergvall and Gray, because they're so young. We've seen him develop youth before. We've seen him develop an Ali, a Kane, and I think he can do that again, especially with the youngsters we have in the squad. Imagine what he could do with the potential of a Tell and a Odebear if they stay. If they actually show stuff.
You know, Rocco, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but in terms of Stell's question about does this unite the fan base, I heard a lot of Spurs fans, probably the majority of Spurs fans, said when he signed for Chelsea, they wouldn't want to touch him anymore because he went to Chelsea.
I think that's... I completely understand that, but I don't even think about him going to Chelsea. I completely forgot he was at Chelsea, I'm going to be honest with you. But he's in my opinion, apart from Bill Nicholson, the best manager we've ever had.
Better than Keith Birkinshaw.
And Birkinshaw. I forgot. And Birkinshaw. Bill Nicholson and Birkinshaw.
Better than Arthur Rowe.
Yes. And then it's Poch. He brought us to a final, considering the teams that he beat on that way. Real Madrid, I believe it was Madrid. We beat Madrid, right?
We beat Real Madrid under Poch, yeah.
Yeah, we beat Real Madrid, yeah.
We beat Poch. We beat Madrid. We beat City. The team. It wasn't an easy way to the final. We came back from 3 down with Lucas Moura, and we went to a final against a very good Liverpool team under Klopp.
All you need to say is we got to a Champions League final with Winks and Sissoko in midfield.
We went away to Barcelona and got a 1-1 draw to qualify out the group as well in the Nou Camp.
I don't think people realise how little he had. I would reckon that midfield that he had during his time was worse than the midfield that we've got now. And imagine what he could do with this squad. With a Van der Ven, a Romero, a Danso, a Porro, an Udogie, every single one of those players, I think he should come in over Frank every day of the week. Because Frank, and I think it would, initially, I do agree with you, Stel, potentially it would, because I did completely forget about Chelsea, I think it would initially divide the fans slightly, but I think we gonna have to put that aside and remember what he did for us as a club.
And it is a manager, probably the only manager on the market that truly loves the club, because he does truly love the club.
He's Mr. Tottenham.
I'd love a Xavi, as people were saying, or a Klopp, but those are not realistic. Poch has said he would come back. And I think, especially now, with no the man who we shall not name, Mr. Baldman, Daniel Levy himself gone, I think he would be more open to come back.
Yeah.
I think with Poch, what you will see is the fullbacks will all improve. Yeah. You'll see them becoming proper fullbacks. I think you'll see a defensive stability in front of the defence. And I think in terms of going forward, we will be more adventurous, but not kamikaze. I think he'll bring balance. But then I go back to what Alex, before you and Ben said, is the board will need to treat Poch differently to the way they did before and actually back him.
And if he comes in,
they've treated every manager since differently, since he was here.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? The one manager we should have kept to do it with, we didn't.
Considering how much, I know it's not everything, but considering how much they gave Frank during the summer and who they signed a Xavi, they signed a Moani, and who we were linked with, I think they would do it, especially under Vinay. I think they could do it. Give him that money, give him the money that we didn't give him under Levy. And I think if he would come in, I think that would be in his thing. He would need guarantees that you are going to treat me better than you treated me before. And I know I haven't talked about the game a lot because, to be honest, I don't want to talk about it. But
don't blame you, mate.
This is the point for me. This has got. I've seen it with other managers. This is the point where he needs to go. If it's either in January when we can bring someone in to cover for 6 months, or it's in the summer when we can bring Poch back, because today is not good enough. The North London derby was not good enough. Every single game this season has not been good enough, even if it's a draw. We beat Bodo Glimt last season. We went to their home where they hadn't been beaten all season, and we beat them. And then, under Frank, we lost. And I think that's the level that we need to look at. Last season, finishing 17th, we went to a team who had not lost at home all season, and we beat them comfortably. And then this season, with an apparently better team and apparently a better manager, we lost.
Rocco,
that's the levels of it.
We'll just have to wait and see what happens, my friend. But thank you for coming on.
Take care, Rocco. Big up.
So Pochettino back at the end of the season.
I can't believe we are not even out of November and we're having conversations about Poch for next season.
Mad, isn't it? It's absolutely mad.
It's insane. But it's understandable.
I swear that there always comes a point under Tottenham managers since Pochettino where we have this conversation, and it seems to be getting quicker and quicker every time.
I know. Have you ever spoken to Josh before, by the way?
I'm not sure. Let's bring him on.
He's an Olympic champion, and he's a performance coach.
You were on the last fan show. How you doing, Josh?
He was the star on.
Good. Thanks, Ben. Keep talking, Stell. I'm not an Olympic champion. I'm just an Olympian.
Shush your medals.
Got more medals than Frank.
Probably, yeah.
How are you, Josh?
I'm out of the shock of the first 6 minutes. That's for sure. It was funny when I said this to Stell the other night that I thought it'd be 2-0. To be honest, in my heart of hearts, it was an emotional response. I was just probably, hoping that they could put some sort of performance like they did with PSG midweek. But yeah, when the second goal went in far out, I just was shaking my head. I didn't have my Tottenham jersey on because I was just doing some stuff around the yard, and I thought, I'll put it on at half time. I never got it on. Frustrating, huh?
Yeah. What we keep seeing these lackluster displays. There's so many games, so many examples of it. Is this purely a manager problem? Is it a personnel? I'm seeing fans come on and say, the team are not good enough. Danny called up before saying this team is pretty much where it deserves to be. Do you agree with that?
Look. For me, the thing that's unforgivable, and it sort of comes down to two things, and I try to relate it back to when I was competing. The individual is responsible for one thing, and when we were competing, we call it arousal, right? Your arousal, your sharpness to the task at hand, and that's down to the individual and the leadership group. That's their responsibility. The other thing is cohesion, right? That's up to the manager. Does the team get on the pitch? Are they clear on what they're about to do? Because it's just unforgivable. Like at home, you should own the first 10 minutes. Like you should be bullying the opposition in the first 10 minutes. You're setting the tone, for the rest of the match. And to be two goals down in 7 minutes is just extraordinary. And, like the inconsistencies that we see within the team, within, each person's playing, like for a match within a half for windows of time. We spoke about it the other night with Stel. There's a culture within the club, and it goes beyond the football department. I think it's in recruitment, it's in medical, it's in operations. It's, when you sit back sort of with my perspective, you see there's just so many cracks. And, there's some other things that I was sort of thinking about, when you watch a performance like today. I think you can't underestimate the loss of someone like Sonny, Kulu, and Matters from a leadership perspective, right? And I'll just give a quick sort of story. So leading into the Summer Olympics of 2000, we had the swim team had the best Olympic performance, and that was largely down to the men. We had a really, really strong men's team. 4 years later, we improved on that performance, but it was on the back of the women who were phenomenal for the next two Olympics. But after the Sydney Olympics, we had some pretty serious leaders in our team. Like, I'm not sure whether you guys remember people like Kieran Perkins, but I was terrified of Kieran as a young swimmer. I was more terrified of Kieran than I was the manager of the team, because I wanted him to know me and I wanted to do something special performance-wise, because he's the sort of guy that I wanted coming up and going, hey, good job, Josh. And so we had a chunk of swimmers retire in Sydney, and then in Athens we had, some more swimmers retire, but the guys from Sydney had leveled up their, leadership capabilities, so that's fine. By 2008, almost all of that team, both of those two teams, didn't exist anymore. Now in 2012, because of that lack of leadership, there were some crazy things that happened at the London Olympics. There was a still knocks scandal where some of the senior swimmers were creating orientation type deals where, we had one guy who, if there was a walk-in for a gold medal, it was James Magnuson in the men's 100 freestyle. He lost that race by 1/100th, and he was the key instigator. He was doing this stuff the night before his final. And it comes down to the lack of leadership, right? So when you take Sonny, Kulu, Matters, and just, we've got so many new players, we've got so many young players, you're always going to get that consistency. So in a lot of situations, you can't avoid that. But when you plug that situation into a club like Spurs, it's amplified, and that's what you're seeing with the inconsistency. That's on the player side. On the manager side, he's just not formidable. There's not a manager. There's not an opposition player. You start to see the sort of things with Spence and Van der Ven, Porro. That sort of character flaws, because there's not a figurehead that people are largely intimidated is a good thing. It's like when you're a kid and you're scared of your dad, that sort of fear, Spurs need that. They need that.
Can you imagine any of those players showing those traits under Conte?
Yeah, he's got an edge. Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? Like, there is not one chance in hell.
I mean, he looks scary.
Yeah, but there's not one chance in hell, right, that Spence and Van der Ven are walking past Conte. Conte tries to speak to them and they're not speaking back to him. It's never going to happen.
No chance. No chance.
Because he demands respect and demands authority.
Josh, can I ask you a question on this? You talk about not commanding respect. Did he achieve that at Brentford or not? And if he did, why is he not doing it here?
I don't think he did, because when you're at a club that doesn't have the expectation that Brentford has, achieving what he achieved in an environment, it's almost like a giddy. It's like Forest last year, right? Had an amazing season, and that, I mean, there's another thing I sort of want to touch on, which is, you know, the hangover from last season's Europa win. When you do something that wasn't expected, then that event is in isolation to that window of time, right? Now, what if Frank was there for another 3 seasons and didn't get higher than 10th, right? Then it by definition, the repetition of that result, the gloss is nullified because all he could do was repeat what he'd already done. See what I'm saying? So he comes now to Spurs, where the expectations are higher, the pressure is higher, and you know, I said the other night, I don't think they should sack him. I think the reason today I felt like I had a stomach churn at 10 minutes, going, what just happened? Because the writing is now on the wall, whether they sack Frank or not. It doesn't matter. The damage is done to the brand of Tottenham Hotspur, because good luck trying to attract the type of coach that you need. It's not about getting a good coach. It's about getting the coach that Spurs need, right? And that becomes very difficult. Then you've got to couple that with the players. I actually think our squad isn't as bad as what most people say.
I agree.
I just think I think they're leaderless.
I think we both agree.
I think they have doubt. They aren't sure of what they should be doing, how they should be doing it. You know, like, how many times do we see a player try to push forward and he just doesn't have any positional support?
Yeah,
he's just literally there on his own. You know, so yeah.
Josh, let me ask you this. You're talking about mentality within the club, with, you know, every facet in the club, from the medical team to the ownership to every, you know, all the facets that you mentioned before. How do you go about improving that, changing that? Is it all about just gutting everyone out and starting again? Like, what else can you do?
Look, I mean, when you look at an organisation as big as Spurs, and there are people involved, they're human beings, right? They've got you know, families, and so you've got to, the best way to do it is to inspire, and you know, Estelle, I was listening to him before, and you know when Frank was talking about, you know, we got 17th last year. The word that I thought of was de-edification, right? He was de-edifying his team. What he should be doing is edifying his team. He should be lifting his team, right? And so if you look at that principle organization wide, ideally, what sort of manager's going to, what do you think the culture or the feeling within the club is going to be if you get someone in there and they're just ruthless from the results perspective and forget about the human perspective? What you should be trying to do is come in and elevate people to be more than what they currently are. That's what edification is, right?
So when you just, because I've never heard of this word before, de-edification, is that the same as talking us down, or similar? It is. Okay. I'm going to use your word next time because it sounds a lot better.
Make it sound clever still.
So like I you know, just listen to, you know, the people, you know, and the comments before. I spoke to Stell about this the other night, about getting an external, a non-football, right? Has to be sporting, but non-football, high-performance consultant to come in and firstly do an audit of the club at all levels. And you guys, you think this is funny, but
I agree with it.
But as far as I'm concerned, the only thing that Spurs does as a high-performance operation is the match day uncut. Their production.
Right.
Match day uncut as a production are first class.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And, you know, it's such a insignificant, you know, part of Spurs.
You talking about on YouTube? Just
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. The match day uncut team, as far as their production, I think is superb. Right. So I think what needs to happen is you need to get the type of manager that is obviously high performance driven, but he should work alongside this consultant. So you've got basically parallel mentalities, one working in the football department, one working in the business operation, and they cooperate and coordinate with the I guess the infiltration of high performance principles across the entire club, right? Individually in each of their lanes, but then they coordinate together. I think I just was throwing some ideas in my brain.
Josh? Do you know what you're describing?
No.
Sir Alex Ferguson was a high-performance coach. He won the league in Scotland when nobody could break the Celtic Rangers monopoly. He did it with Aberdeen. He went into Europe.
The last manager to do so as well.
Last manager to do so. He went into Europe, beat Bayern Munich and Real Madrid with Aberdeen to win a European trophy. So he was high performance. He went to Man United. Him and, was it Edwards? They worked like that. And he told them, why are you not bringing the youngsters through? What's going on with the academy? He went and introduced himself to the man that cuts the grass and said, I want your team to be the best at cutting the grass. He worked with him. What you described is exactly what Man United did when they hired Sir Alex Ferguson. But the thing is, they listened to Sir Alex. They listened to him. You've described something similar to that, and look what happened to Man U under Fergie.
Yeah, and look, I think that's the right model. I think the manager, someone has to be the figurehead, right? I think whoever this consultant that comes in, I think they need to be subservient to the manager. But as far as the values and the principles that they're trying to be the cornerstone or the foundation of the club, they have to be on exactly the same page, because it's not just, like you said, the person who cuts the grass. It's the person who sets the tables in the boardroom or in the boxes, or who paints the lines.
Yeah, he spoke to the tea lady and everyone, didn't he? Yeah.
So that's what I mean, and I think, and you might think that some people might think, far out, that's a stretch. Spurs need that. Spurs is like a Ferrari with one gear.
Yeah,
that's what Spurs is.
Right?
A Ferrari with a Ford engine.
Exactly. So it's this beautiful ideology of a club, and I was in London a few weeks ago. I walked around the grounds. It was just amazing to see the golden cockerel and all this. It was just phenomenal, like feeling, But they're just perennial underachievers because of their decision making.
You know any high performance people you can bring into the club? They're gonna need it, man.
Well, Stell's going to put my name forward, but
I'm going to speak to Ben and Sim. I've got your email. I think we need to contact the club and
show him this interview. Yeah. Show him this interview. Oh man, we got such a long way to go, man, don't we, Josh?
Yeah, look, we do, but again, we're not defeated, right?
Well, it kind of feels that way this evening, but tomorrow's another day.
That's it. We're not defeated. We've just got to, keep our chins up and just believe that things can turn. And I don't know what's it's going to take, whether ENIC has to sell or they start looking for someone external to the club to come in and give them some advice on how to change things around. But I still think they have to keep Frank. And I remember last season, saying that the only thing that would save us would be getting relegated. And because there are times, I remember when we were losing, and I just said, "Hey guys, it needs to get darker yet. It needs to get darker yet. We're not there. We're not at rock bottom."
It's actually interesting about the relegation thing, because we got relegated under Keith Birkinshaw back in the 70s. And, some Spurs fans, I remember my dad saying, that season when we were in division below was one of the best seasons he's ever enjoyed. And we came back up, we won FA Cups, we won UEFA Cups, and a lot of success followed that.
I think now with the money and the contracts for sponsors and NFL and all these things now, getting relegated is a different ball game to the 70s and 80s. Getting relegated now would be devastating for Tottenham. But I get the thinking behind it, though. I'm not against the thinking. I'm just deeply concerned about the
But
consequences.
don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here saying I want to get relegated.
Yeah. I get it. Maybe it's the wake up you need. I know, I get it, but it's freaking mad.
But again, if you go back to that window of time when they were relegated, you can only come up with the solutions that are required when the environment gets to that degree. Right? Yeah. This is what Spurs have mastered. They've mastered not getting to that dark time because whatever's happening internally at the club. And look, I remember when Levy was sacked, and my take on that was be careful what you wish for, because the ideal situation was for him to stay around in his business capacity, but to be the check signer. He needed to be clearly removed from the football department.
He wouldn't do it though.
No, I know. Yeah, I know.
He's too much of a micromanager, like to micromanage every single facet of the football club.
At the end of the day,
and that was his downfall.
How many chairmen own part of the club the way Levy did, like 30%? I don't know how common that is in the Premier League for the chairman to be a significant owner of the club as well. I'm not too sure about that.
But also on top of that, how often is it you get a chairman that sits and eats with the players at lunch and all that kind of stuff? And if a player's not playing for a manager, instead of taking it up with the manager saying, look, I'm going to go speak to Daniel about this and all that, like he was just too involved on a day-to-day thing.
But he's not there now. He's not here.
Well, I was just thinking too, like, what's wrong with Frank? I heard you guys ask that question. He's too inoffensive.
Yeah.
He's too inoffensive. He doesn't risk offending people. You have to do that if you're going to be a winner, or if you are a winner.
He had no problem snapping back at the fans today, though.
Yeah, but that's the wrong. I'm talking about the playing group.
Yeah.
Josh, can I ask you one quick question? Because I know there's a lot of people that want to come on. Do you have a breaking point where you say, that's it, enough, we can't keep the manager? Is there that moment where you say, this is it, enough? Or do you just say, I don't care, it's got to go all the way to the end of the season, even if we lose every single game?
He's saying we need to get relegated.
No, I think, to be honest, I said this to you still the other night, I thought that we need to keep him around but in the hope that Tottenham, the operation of Tottenham, will be able to find the things that they need to change. I think today's loss, honestly, whether he stays or goes, I don't think it matters anymore. I think today's loss was so damaging that I think we're at a point now, whether he stays or whether he goes, I really don't think it has any bearing on whether or not the club will get to the point where they actually can identify the things that need to change. Whether
You saying that in the space of 3 games says to me that I think a lot of fans right now, I don't think they care anymore. I don't think they care. Keep him, sack him, whatever. Do what you want. It's just whatever. I think fans they're not bothered what decisions made.
Yeah, well, I remember, because I've tracked obviously this channel, for the last few years, and I remember still, I was really curious to watch the evolution of your perspective on Ange. And I pinpointed it directly. You said it today. It was the Frankfurt away game where it just, the balance of how you were viewing him and, his, future tenure at the club. It's interesting. Our opinions on a lot of things
have... Call me a flip-flop.
No. Mate, I flip-flop. I said 4 nights ago, I said he has to stay. And now I'm like, whatever. But that's what happens when you have more information. You're allowed to change your opinion. Today was a lot of information.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, that's a good point. That today was a lot of information.
Yeah. Oh, no, Josh, absolutely fantastic call. Look forward to speaking to you on more fan shows,
guys.
mate.
Yeah, I'd love to jump on. Have a good night.
Good night, mate.
Big up, Josh.
What a great call. Josh, what a fantastic call.
He was really good on Wednesday as well. He's just, what it is? He comes with an insight from a different perspective as a fan, because he's into the whole performance coach, was an Olympic swimmer. He looks at it from a different angle. It's nice to hear something different.
Let's go to Wes the King. Where's the King? How you doing, bro?
I'm good. For the most part, of course. I got a couple points. I know I'm not going to take too long. I'm just going to go ahead and just have a way at it. from what I've noticed and wrote down from the discussions that have happened earlier, and just overall what I'm thinking as well. We've been talking a lot about the manager, that we need an identity, and we keep going through like last 5 or 6 years. We've been going through a situation with this club where after Pochettino, we've just been going to manager to manager to manager, and we're thinking that we're going to start finding consistency that way. And I just don't believe that's going to happen until we do a thing like how we did with Pochettino. Pochettino, he had about a good amount of years to really get that team playing the way he wanted. And I understand that he had to first, he went through a hard time, and then he finally found a good run of form to keep his job at that I think that first season. And then it went from there. He was able to pretty much he was able to deal with Levy and able to work with him long term to build what he needed to build. But we need to pretty much do that. We need to do exactly that again. That could be Frank. It could not be Frank. It could be Pochettino possibly. But I feel like if the next step is, we can't just keep on firing managers because of poor run of form. I just don't think it's clearly not good for us as fans, because you're seeing we have this every year. It feels like, I've been following this channel, been following Tottenham since about 2018, 2019, and it's been like this every single year with us. It's always some point of the season where we're just at the bottom of the barrel. And it's only because of the consistency of how the club is run, us not letting managers have time to implement what they want to implement. Frank hasn't even had really a full window to really get the players he really wants. I still want him to have another window or so to really get the players he wants and to play the type of football that he envisions this club playing. So I think that's like the first thing I wrote down, is just to establish.
Would you still have that opinion though if we keep losing games? Let's say by the end of the year, come 1st of January, we still haven't. Like, let's say we win one game in that time.
The form, the crazy thing is, and this is one of the problems, he did say we're going to lose a lot of games. He said that right at the beginning of the season, guys.
He didn't say a lot of games. He said we'll lose games.
Well, we're losing games. We're losing games, sadly. But I feel like he knows. I think he knew. I think he already did a review. I think he did everything he's supposed to do before he even signed off his documentation to become the manager of this club, that it wasn't going to be the current, probably complete roster that he wants, that is going to be what he wants to envision, how he wants to play. I think he knew that from the get-go. That's probably the reason he said that. I'm okay with losing games if it means we're building something. I think a lot of people have said that, but I think, of course, when you start losing important games, a lot of people's emotions get high. Then we start thinking a lot differently and not very tactically and with our head. And I feel like this is one of those moments. It's either we fire him because of this poor run of form, and we do this whole process over again in the middle of the season where we have to go get another manager that's not going to be who we want to really take over long term, or do we, go off of what you have said, where you believe this manager is the tactician that he was at Brentford, which I think he was. I think he is a very good manager, but he's one of those managers where you saw at Brentford, he was there for years. He was there for years to build that system.
Yeah.
We can't expect him, just because he got a so-called he's at a better club, that is just going to go into fruition just like that. It hasn't been like that for us for 4 or 5 or 6 years. It hasn't happened with any of the managers. Every manager has went through, a down point, So I feel like if we're just going to keep on going into this circle, we talked about this last year, we're going to keep on going into this circle of, interchanging managers and expecting things to be bright on the other side. And I just don't believe it. I feel like we just need to hope, I'm not, on the side where we need to fire him. I'm not on the side where we need to keep him. I'm almost at that don't care stage as well. As
it feels like
as
that's where everyone's at right now.
Yeah, I think that's where everybody's at, because I think people are just sick of it. We're sick of it. We're sick of this inconsistency of this football club. And I just feel like if we're going to break this, we need to give a manager the trust that, that Arsenal did with their manager. Everybody was hating on him when he first became the Arsenal manager. I think he won the FA Cup or whatever, but the fans weren't happy with him for a couple years before he actually
8 losses in a row.
Yeah, and they kept on winning while we were all laughing at that whole club. with, oh, why are you keeping that manager? You're just going to keep losing. And they've been able to build something out of that by trusting their manager, trusting the guy they chose. And I think the only way we're going to break this, we got to give some type of manager the ability to have the trust to run this football club and get the players he wants and to have some seasons, not no just 1 year and just a poor run of form or just firing him. If we do believe he's the tactician and he's the level of manager that we all think he is, we need to allow him to have that time. Just like we gave
What is that time, Wes? What is that time? Because what if we're backing the wrong
That's down
manager?
to the front office. That's down to the board. This is when they come in. This is when they come in and say, hey, we got a plan and this is the plan. If they really believed in him when they hired him in the summer, they need to stick by him and say, hey, we see that we have holes in this squad. We're going to try to fix that, but we want who you want and who you're identifying to get if we want to play the certain type of football that he says that he wants to play. What he needs to do, he needs to find out what kind of style of play we want to play. He needs to find out the style of play. Because right now, him changing tactics, changing formations every game is not going to work. I say if to be more consistent, keep it to about 2 formations. Is his have a plan A, plan B. If he has that thing, like the problem we have with Ange is that he only had a plan A. There was no plan B.
I actually do think there's a lot of validity to what you're saying, because we went through this massive process of hiring Frank. Apparently, they went through like crazy amount of managers. They went through this massive point process. Lange was involved. Vinay was involved. Levy was involved. Look, but they pinpointed Frank as the guy to take us forward. So if that is the case, then surely they do need to give him the time.
I don't trust Levy. I don't rate Vinay. And I don't rate
that's
Lange.
fine. You don't trust them, then that's fine. But they're the decision makers at this football club.
Yeah, but okay, and you can make bad decisions. For me, I don't think Frank is a master tactician. Just my opinion. I'm not trying to tell anyone what to think. Yeah. I haven't seen anything in Frank to say this guy's a master tactician of any way, shape, or form.
Now, is that because he hasn't won anything?
It's because he hasn't won anything, and it's because he makes decisions that don't make sense to me. The constant changing of the tactics I find absurd. You've got momentum, you're controlling the game, you've just scored a goal, and you bring on 3 subs that destabilises the entire flow. You've been managing for 13 years, and you don't know not to do that and just give it 5 minutes. When it happened, I said to Ben, because Ben asked the question, do you make the subs? And I said, no, you give it 5 minutes and see what happens.
Yep, I remember that.
I'm an FA qualified coach, not a pro coach, and I know that. So I personally think, I agree with you. You can't keep changing managers. You've got to back the manager. But what I always say to that is this: back the right manager. I don't know what Frank has shown to justify that tag. Doesn't mean he can't. I don't see it. That's just my view, though. And I'm sure a lot of fans, Wes, will actually agree with you, if I'm honest with you. But I think most fans would agree with you.
If the decision makers at this club, forget what the fans think, right? If the decision makers at this club have come to that decision, have gone through all their processes, and apparently they went a different way of hiring Frank than they've done with any other manager. If they have come to that decision and hired Frank as he's the man to take us forward, then they have to give him the time, don't they?
These are the same people that said we're going to bring in a data-driven model, and they signed a bunch of players that everyone now calls shit. These are the same decision makers. I don't rate the decisions that they've made in the past. Listen, I don't trust them either. What they do, you know.
But I'm saying from their perspective. I'm not saying from the fans' perspective.
You know, I guess we'll find out. If they stick with him, then they meant it. If they sack him because we lose another 2-3 games, then as always, they're talking rubbish. There's no project. You just panic as soon as you think your project isn't what you told us it was.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
And that leads to the point when he made those 3 subs. But the thing is, those 3 subs are already getting prepared. They're already at the touchline, and he could have went ahead and said, no, come back before, because I'm sure like right then when they were getting ready, we scored that goal and it looked like we were gaining good momentum. But he had already kind of had those players get warmed up, they took their training gear off. And he kind of already had that set up for them to come in because of what he was seeing just a couple minutes before that, where we looked like we weren't going anywhere until they started getting that momentum right when they were starting to get ready. And he probably could have found a way to pull them back, but I think already with the way things are set up now with the Premier League, I'm sure they probably had to already come out if they were there by the touchline. So who knows why he those substitutions and everything. I kind of see that as just it happened, and that's just how that went down. But I do to bring in, if we think it's not Frank, then I think Pochettino is a possibility. But I know I am American, so he's right now doing very good for USA national team. I think it took a while. We were, looking at him crazy at the first couple of games because he lost a couple of matches in a row, especially in the Gold Cup and I think in the CONCACAF League as well. But he's starting to do a good job, and no,
Release him before the World Cup, man. America don't really need him for the World Cup, man. Give him Spurs.
No. I can't even say that because no. But I do think it's possible he can do both. That is a possibility. He can just fly over, and the headquarters is now in Atlanta, which is where I'm at. And he can do technically both. He doesn't. That would be a lot, but I'm sure he has people in the background to help him with that kind of stuff. I feel like it is possible. I've seen other managers be the national team coach and they would be a coach of a club. It's possible to me of him to still do both. I would love him, of course. I think a lot of people would love him to come back. I think that would bring a lot of unity, a lot of familiarity as well. I know here for my hometown club, Atlanta United, we just brought back Tata Martino, the coach who used to coach Barcelona back in 2014. Yeah. He won a MLS Cup here for Atlanta United, and we were in the same situation, similar to Spurs, where we were changing managers every year because of poor form and everything like that. And we just went back to what we were identified as when they came about as a club in 2017. And I feel like that's going to probably happen for Tom. I feel like sooner or later, Pochettino probably will be the man one day. But I'm hoping that the decisions that the new heads of the club are making, that they do have a plan and that it is with Frank. Because if they didn't from the get-go, then that means we're really in a shit show. Like, we're really in a shit show if that's not the case, if they did not have a plan at all. So I'm hoping that they're going to continue with the plan they're going. They know right now is bad, but that they are going to process it, but they're going to process it with this manager and actually give him a chance, because we just can't keep on going through the merry-go-round. But I want to continue also on the game quickly. We have no midfield. I understand Bergval and Archie Gray, they're showing that they have more fight than I think a lot of the other senior players, which is kind of tells you about the senior players, that they're not having as much bite as some of the younger players. But I'm not seeing, one thing I'm not noticing any triangles. It seems like every single time our players are singled out and they're getting double teamed, triple teamed every single time, especially our left back and right back. Like Udoji, he'll have like nowhere to go, trying to dribble through players. Kudus, now my thing with Kudus is he holds the ball a little too long. I feel like if he's going to do his fancy dribbling, he needs to do that immediately once he get the ball and not let the defender have a good standing, a good ground on him. If he's going to do those kind of tricks, he needs to do it quickly with a quick pace, like how Ronaldinho used to do. A lot of those dribblers you saw in the early 2000s and back, they would make their moves quickly. They were going ahead and not even give the defender a chance to even think about what they're going to do. They were just going ahead and do it. And I feel like Kudus, he waits too long on the ball. Now, I don't know if that's from Frank, if he's telling him, hey, hold on to the ball until the players get in certain positions and then try to make a cross, or if that's just how Kudus plays. But from what I've seen since he's been here, that's how he's played. He'll hold the ball a little too long. His pass is a little too light. Same with Xavi. Xavi does a lot of light passes as well. But I think that's because they may be used to a system where they're more in a triangle type of position where they have two options, usually in two different areas, and they know they can do a little light tiki-taka type of touch pass to them, and then they make a run, and then they pass it back to them, which we're not seeing. We'd love to see that. That'd be beautiful football, but we're not seeing those triangles. And I think that's because maybe he changes the formations too much.
It's not being coached, Wiz. It's not being coached.
Yeah, not being coached, because that's you learned in academy. A lot of these players, they come from elite academies. They've been learned how to be in triangle positions, where to be. And I'm not seeing that. And I played in high school. I understand my level of football is probably nowhere near them. But even we learned in high school, and this is American high school, so, we're down in the dumps when it comes to training players. But we learned about triangles. We know we're supposed to be at a certain place to show up, to give a passing option. And I'm not seeing that from a professional Premier League team. And I just looked at the Mexico game with Cruz Azul versus freaking Guadalajara, and I saw better triangle passing than I see for Tottenham. in the Premier League is 10 times better than Liga MX. It's 10 times better. I just don't so I don't get what's going on with that. And that's the problem. That's my main thing with Frank is what's going on when it comes to coaching, because right now we're not seeing it. I see him doing the formation changes, he's doing the tactics, but where's the coaching? I don't know if he needs time, if he's waiting for certain players to get back to start implementing more of that kind of stuff.
How long did it take Ange to get us on the ball?
I don't know, but I know for first year for Ange, we were playing beautiful football until we played Chelsea. It seems like Chelsea has always been the ghost thing that ruins our
I remember
season.
that West Ham game in pre-season.
Yeah, we were playing excellent football. We were playing excellent. We were dominating teams. We were holding possession. We were playing with no scare, not scared at all to play anybody. And but you had like an injury. I think Matters either got hurt in that Chelsea game, and it just went all downhill when we played Chelsea. And I thought we were going to smoke Chelsea because how good we were form-wise when Ange first was coaching those first 8 or 9 games in the season. And it just went all downhill from there, and he just never got his players back. To me, we talked about, I know y'all talked about earlier, Ange coming back. Should we have kept Ange? I feel like yes. I think at that momentum from the Europa League, I think it was just we were on such a high that he clearly got something through the players mentally to win that. Because let's be real, we probably could have lost that easily. We that could have went either way from how that game went. We didn't really play that well in that final. But he was able to mentally get them there to get to a final and win it. Yes, he said, fuck the league, and we pretty much ended 17th, but I think he knew we weren't going to get relegated at least. But he was all like, we need to do something to unlock the mentality of winning, and he thought that through a trophy. And then I'm sure he was hoping, and I'm sure he was probably already planning what he was going to do for the offseason to get this team to actually playing good so we could compete in the league. And I feel like at that point, I think the club, maybe even Levy, should have saw that and seen, okay, he got something through mentally that other coaches previous to him was not able to do. And we probably should have kept him. But that's in hindsight. And we are where we are, where we, hired a new coach. But it's just a lot of stuff like that. I'm trying to see if I touched on anything else. But that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with it.
Wes, great call, mate. Thanks for coming on. And we hope for better days, my friend.
Yeah. We're still going to keep on supporting the team. That's all we can do.
Big up to you, mate.
Big up, Wes.
Let's keep it moving, people. And look who it is, all the way from Toulouse. My man, Amir.
He's looking a bit French, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got that French look about him.
It's the beret.
Amir, talk to me, man. I
And
know
it's
me and
all
you,
mad.
we've had a lot of talks about Frank over the last couple of days, couple of weeks. Where you at?
I think you know exactly where I'm at, Ben. I'm not a happy camper at all, guys. I think we made a huge mistake. And I think, everyone's trying to point fingers in a certain direction, but I think they're kind of missing. Well, maybe still you're not missing it because I think you get it. I think the real issues that we've got at this club lie at the board level. I think they made a huge mistake in sacking Ange, who was our most successful manager in 40-odd years. And then I think they doubled that mistake by bringing in Thomas Frank, who I simply do not think is the right manager for Tottenham Hotspur. And if Chelsea didn't prove it and Arsenal didn't prove it, I think today did. Because we went 2-0 down after 7 minutes. And we didn't create a chance all that first half. It was absolutely garbage football. It was non-league football, guys. It was putting in crosses. It was percentage football, whipping in crosses to nobody. And then he still didn't make subs at halftime. And then he goes and gets the subs wrong after Kudus' wonder strike. He's just not the right guy for me. I'm sorry.
Would you sack
sorry
him
to
tonight?
say that. Yeah, I would.
For who? What's the plan?
The plan would be to bring in a serial winner and a man that can actually do the job and fill the seat and get the team going. Someone that the players can believe in, someone that the fans can believe in, and someone that everyone can get behind. It's going to be a tough job doing that
at this stage of the
mid-season.
season.
That's the question, Ben. That really is the question. I think there's one guy that is kind of semi out of a job. Well, he's got a job, but it's not managerial at the moment. And to get him, you know, you need to pay a lot of money. And would he even want the job? I doubt it. And you know, he has his loyalties up north as well in England. So I don't even know if he'd come down south and come to London. But you know, Jurgen Klopp, that's a manager who's won things everywhere he's gone. He's a man that all the players can respect, the fans can respect and get behind. He'd be my man that I'd go and, you know, chuck whatever amount of money I could.
That would be mental if you got him.
It's never happening.
I know, but Ben, that's where we should be aiming to be at. Do you know what I mean? That's if we want to be winning things and winning trophies, we need to be going for the best managers, not somebody who's never won anything in his whole career and has kept Brentford around 10th. Just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to disagree with what he's shown so far as the Spurs manager. It is hard to disagree, but you know, the board went through this whole process of hiring this manager, 100 managers following a 10-point process and all that kind of stuff. So from their perspective, do they have to stick with it?
I don't think they do, because I don't think you continue making a mistake by keeping a man who's not quite fit for the job. And for me, it's becoming clear that he's not the right man for the job. I mean, this home form is absolutely atrocious.
It's a continuation of form from the manager that you want to keep from Ange Postecoglou.
It is and it isn't, Ben, because you know, we went on and we won a European trophy under Ange. Yes,
yeah, but we're talking about the home form.
Yeah, there were horrible performances in there as well, you know, where we got done by Ipswich and your Nottingham Forests.
Leicester.
But, you know, there were mitigating factors. Yeah, there were mitigating factors.
We've won 3 games at home in 2025. One of those is Thomas Frank, 2 of those is Ange.
Do you know, Amir, can I ask something, right? I wanted Ange to stay as well, but I can live in a world where Ange maybe might not have been the guy for the next step, but Frank isn't that guy as well. If we were to bring in another manager, I think you have to wait until the summer, and I'll tell you why. Because if we're going to bring back Poch or bring in a Glasner or an Iriola or try and persuade Klopp, I don't think any of them in their right minds would say, yeah, I'll jump in now when it's a complete shit show. I think you either give Frank to the end of the season, see if he does turn it around, and then have your plan for a proper project where Levy isn't involved in the decision-making of bringing in Frank. Paratici's now at the club, so he'll be more involved, and then do it then. Or, if you get rid of Frank, and he'll get sacked if he carries on like this anyway, you bring in an interim for 6 months until you figure out what your actual project is. Because I'm not against what you're saying, but I think if you sack Frank now, you've got to have a top interim in place to come in.
Well, no, I agree with you there still. I do think that if you do sack Frank now, you're not going to get one of these big guys in until the summer. So you might have to go with someone interim. And if you look at Celtic, you know, it's kind of working for them, isn't it? Bringing O'Neill in. I know it's drastic measures, but I just think we're at that point where we need to do it. I mean, I hate to go back to the Chelsea and Arsenal games, but honestly, guys, I've never wanted to leave a North London derby in my life. And I was sat in a bar up in Paris, and at half time, I said to the missus, you know, let's get out of here. This is dreadful. This is dreadful. So I really do think that the board need to make a cutthroat decision and unfortunately cut ties with Frank. And maybe, you know, getting an interim manager in for the next 6-7 months until the summer, that's the right way to go, and kind of just see this season as a building season, give some time to some of these kids who I think, you know, actually they're worthy of the shirt. I think a lot of the players out there today, they don't respect the shirt, guys. They really don't. Some of the performances there were absolutely shocking. I feel like we've got a few players that are just mercenaries, you know, they're here for the paycheck. And
talking about what players?
Do you know what? I don't want to just name names, Ben, because but there's a few of them out there, and I think probably a 6 of this squad need to go. And January is going to be huge for us in terms of what players we get out, and if we can even entice a few players in, it's going to be very, very tricky as well to hold on to some of our key players like Mickey van der Ven. I mean, you're going to have your Real Madrids, your Barcelonas of the world sniffing around him. So yeah, I'm very frustrated about where we're at the moment, guys.
I've just seen a comment, Amir, in the live chat, and I actually asked Sim this the other day. Would you take Brendan Rodgers as interim till the end of the season? Would you still as well, both of you?
Ben, I don't know anymore. I genuinely don't know anymore. All I know is that I have not seen anything from Frank for him to justify being given a transfer war chest to build a project.
Yeah, exactly.
He has
exactly
to show me. I wait every week, show me something, and it just gets worse and worse, and the lows just get lower and lower. That's what it is for me, Ben. Like, if we beat Fulham today, went away to Newcastle, got a draw, I'd say, do you know what? Come on, man, let's give him some breathing space. It just gets worse and worse.
But if we are going to sack Frank and looking for an interim from now to the end of the season, I don't think Brendan Rodgers would be a bad fit. Just till the end of the season. Won an FA Cup with Leicester, 2 fifth-place finishes with Leicester, was very close with the Liverpool team that were, he brought them back relevant.
Okay, when you
in
put it like
race.
that, you're selling it. You're selling it. Maybe. He's got Premier League experience. He's got winning experience. Yeah, why not? Well, it can't be worse. Surely.
Yeah. You'd think that still, wouldn't you?
How does it get worse than this? At half time, the XG was 0.01. How does it get worse?
Guys, yeah.
We had that other shot 0.02, please.
Sorry. Hold up my hands. Sorry.
No, but seriously, in all honesty, guys, I don't know how it gets much worse than this, and it looks like we got a trip up to St James's Park, so it probably is going to get, a little bit worse, unless he can somehow pull something out of his sleeve for that one. But I agree with you, still. I think he's tinkering around with it way too much.
Yeah,
I don't think the players really know what to do, what positions to be in. Passages of play, I don't see anything. I just see it, get it wide and kind of stick it in the middle and hope that the pigeon gets his head on it. It's not looking great, guys. And
I mean, why did he not stick with the same system that we played on Wednesday night? Like, can you explain that to me? Because I just don't understand it.
Well, this is the thing. You're looking for some kind of logic. You're looking for some kind of consistency, and we're just not getting that. When Ange came in, I hate to go back to him every time, but you knew from that pre-season the way we were going to play football and the way we were going to go at teams.
You knew.
You knew. If you think about when Klopp took over the job at Liverpool. Now I remember them losing a lot of games in that first season as well, but they had a way of playing, just going on all-out attack and going for teams. And yeah, they would concede a few goals, but you got what he was trying to do and trying to instill in the team.
Amir, Klopp got to 2 finals in his first season.
He did.
Got to 2 finals in his first season. He had something about him.
Incredible. But you also look at the job that he did out at Borussia, right? Like, winners do it anywhere. They do it in Germany, they do it in England, they do it in Scotland, in Japan, in Spain, in anywhere. So that's what I want. As a leader of Tottenham Hotspur, I want a man that has got that experience behind him and knows what it takes. And for me, as much of a nice guy that Thomas Frank is, and he seems like a really nice guy. I'm not, against the man himself. He seems like a really decent bloke, and he obviously did do a good job over at Brentford. I just think he's out of his depth here with us, to be perfectly honest. And I want what's best for my club. And I think that apathy, we're talking about, I don't even care what happens. I get where that's coming from, but I do care. I do want to see us succeed. I do want to see us push on from winning that Europa League. I want to see us, there's an FA Cup to fight for. I want to see us fight for that. So, if you say someone like Brendan Rodgers is interim and then go again in the summer, maybe that is a way to go. It wouldn't be my number one. I think there's other better candidates out there, but if it's someone that we can get in for a few months, I think it's better than hanging on to Frank and kind of hoping that he he manages to shift through those gears. You know, you said it's a Ferrari in first gear. I think we're more like a Lamborghini on bricks, lads, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? 0.07 XG. I mean, you know.
Oh my God.
Amir, it's hard to disagree with anything you've said regarding Frank, because that's what he's showing us right now. All the evidence that we have suggests that he's not up to the job. That's the reality.
Yeah, and what do you boys think about the kind of comments that he's made as well, and the kind of connection he or hasn't connected with the fans? You know.
Yeah, to be honest, I need to watch the press conference to really gauge it, because I've only seen a few quotes come out here and there, and I haven't even read them properly. So I need to proper see the press conference to make a proper judgment on
What's
that.
been said, Amir? Is any key points quickly or?
Well, I mean, for me, I'm even looking back at the thing, you know, we had a manager before who said he was going to win a trophy in his second season, and Frank's come out and told the fans that he's going to lose games, which obviously, like, that's an obvious, you know, stating the obvious. Obviously, you're going to lose games, but that's not what I want to hear.
Yeah,
and then
it
today,
talks us down.
I think he's kind of had a go at fans that were booing Vicario. Now, I'm all against booing our goalkeeper. Yeah, he made a huge cock up for that second goal, but you know, you're not going to breed confidence by booing your goalkeeper, who's also, you know, really kind of kept us in games this season. You're looking at Monaco, you're looking at a few of the other games where he pulled off fantastic saves. So I just don't think that's a way of building a bond with fans, saying, oh, you're not real fans if you're booing. Like, you know, fans pay their money, they take time out of their lives to go to the stadium and support the team. I'm not for the booing, but I can understand it at the same time, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Dr. Tottenham, lads, eh? Dr. Tottenham.
Here we go again.
Yeah.
Again.
Amir, always a pleasure, my friend.
Take care, guys. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and you know, we go again. Again up at
We
St.
go
James's
again
Park.
against Newcastle at St James's Park.
We're getting battered. They smoked Everton up at Goodison as well.
So did we,
my
to be
God.
fair.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Big up, Amir.
Take care, lads. All the best.
Big up. Can I ask you a quick question? How do you do this? Like every single day you go live and do videos on this club. How do you do it, man? Like I get doing a show on a Monday, maybe a little watch along. I get it. Every day, how do you cope, man?
That's what it's done to me. That is what I had a full head of hair when I started this channel.
Oh my God, man! I don't know how. It's just
now I need a hat to keep it warm.
This club, it's unreal, man.
Let's get Nate on.
What's going on, man?
How you doing, Nate?
Big up, Nate.
It's dark still.
Oh, tell me about it.
It's dark. It's dark. It's dark. Yeah, nice. No, what's a funny thing, yeah? I got a couple things to say.
Yeah,
Even a
go
couple
on.
good points that's been said. First off is there's two things happening. There's more than two things happening. On the manager front, I agree with the guy that said, I ain't seen no tactical genius from Frank, not one time this season.
Yeah.
No, in fact, not even from the Super Cup when we lost it. He actually made a very strange substitution when he brought on Bergvall in the dying minutes. When he should have brought on a defensive player, he tried to go attacking again, and then they equalised. They went to pens. I was like, that was strange. Why did he do that? So I was like, who's this? What? And now I'm watching the games. I'm watching how he's moving, and he's just too sterile. He's not finding a way to impute his personality into the team. And every manager that's been good at Spurs has found a way to impute their personality into the team. Whether it was Redknapp, his thing was just, we're gonna go out there and play ball. We're gonna go there, play ball, get the best team on the pitch. We're gonna have it. Pochettino was, we're gonna press. We're gonna be together. We're gonna be brothers. Conte had he had a bit of fear in him. Like he made players kind of fear him. He was asking for accountability from everybody.
Yeah.
Saying, yeah, you lot don't want to win. You lot don't want to play with no pressure. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You get me? And as much as Ange had bare faults, yeah, he united the team, and he was like, I'm gonna ride out for the team. They're gonna ride for me. we're gonna do something. We did something. Yeah, the league form suffered, but we did something. You see what I'm saying? Man lifted up a cup in the air. Do you know what I'm saying? All them things. And then with Frank, it's so sterile, and so it's like surgical, but it's like dentist football. It's like I don't understand. It's like yeah, it's tough. It's tough to see, man. And it's like I don't understand what.
Oh, brilliant.
Nah, but do you understand what I'm saying, though?
I think your cooking is great.
I understand completely what. But what's the answer here, Nate? What's the answer? Is the answer to sack the manager tonight?
No. We can't sack the manager. That's the second thing. Sacking the manager, like that's the second thing I want to get onto. We can't keep burning through managers. Do you know what I'm saying? We can't do that because, as Josh said, there's a bigger thing at hand. That what's happening in the immediacy with the football and the manager and his shortcomings, and then there's what's happening at Spurs over the last 10 to 15 years. You feel me?
Try 25.
I was being kind. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was trying to be kind. Over 25 years, what we've been seeing, and what we've been seeing is we've been trying to cut corners. We'll catch a little bit of wind, in ourselves, and then we'll be like, yeah, we can do it now. We'll try to do it on the cheap, on the sly. Sack a manager, it doesn't work. Oh, do you know, let's see if we can just get a serial winner in quickly. A hodgepodge of players with a Mourinho, and let's see if we can get a result. Doesn't work. Let's try with a Conte. Doesn't work. Oh, then we get an Ange. Oh, it's worked. Rather than saying, you know, something's come up here. Let's see this to the end. He won something. Let's see this to the end. Let's go again. It might get dark, but let's go again. Nah, let's get this guy in. This Frank guy in. And now we're talking about sacking him. We can't sack him. We have to let it. If it's gonna get dark, let it get fully dark, so we can build again. Do you know what I'm saying? Like properly from the bottom upwards, rather than let's try get an interim manager and then get a serial winner.
How long we talking though? How long we talking?
How dark has it got?
Yeah. How dark?
Do you know what it is? We're here now. We're in the dark now. We're here. The lights are off. Do you know what I'm saying?
But it can get a lot darker. We're sitting 10th in the league. Like it can get a lot darker.
I don't think it's gonna get much darker, innit? I think this is where Frank is comfortable. Frank is comfortable around these regions, the 10th, the 12th, 9th. We're gonna bounce around there. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't think it's gonna get dark. I don't see him as a coach that I think he's a bit about stability and not carnage and not calamity. That's why he can come out and say we're gonna lose some games. He's okay, you know. He's gone home. He's like, oh yeah, we've lost some games.
Nate, bro, is this club gonna tolerate no European football next season, finishing 10th? Are they gonna tolerate that? Are they going to accept that? Are the fans, the home fans that watch losing games every week, are the fans going to accept it, Nate?
No, the fans aren't going to accept it. The fans are definitely not going to accept it.
Then the owners they're going to probably pull the plug on it then.
But then that's papering over the cracks again. We're going to be here again. We're going to be here again unless we change something systemically.
Right. You're probably right.
We're going to be here again, innit? Like we can do this again, innit? You know what I'm saying? I'm a Spurs fan. If we're going to do this again, we're going to do it again. But I know I've been here so many times. I've rid the wave of, something great's on the horizon. Oh, right.
But don't you want to do it with the right manager? Do you think he's the right manager to go dark with, as you put it?
I think the right manager to go through this period of time is the manager that has the balls to do it. And I thought Ange was the guy to do it, and he was the guy. He in a way he was the guy because he let it. He was like, yeah, he sacrificed the league. He actually was like, I'm gonna put my neck out on this one. Say we're gonna win a cup, and let this league go to hell. And he actually rid it out. I think Frank's probably going to panic at some point. Do you know what I'm saying? I think at some point the pressure is going to actually get to him, and it's gonna rattle him a bit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like even today when he's talking about, you can't boo the fans if you boo the goalkeeper. If you boo the goalkeeper, you're not a supporter of the club. What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean by this, Frank? Do you know what I'm saying? You just got here.
I like Nate.
No, you just got here. You just got here, my boy. We've been here. It's been pain, innit?
Yeah, that's funny.
You know what I'm saying?
You're right, though. You're right. You just got here. He's right. Don't.
You just got here, bro.
Calm.
So what do you mean?
Yeah.
You're meant to be like, you know what? We flopped today. You're meant to say we flopped today. This is unacceptable. We have to go again and be better. Vicario understands what he's done.
Nate, what I hear from you is that Frank isn't the right guy, but you're still staying to stick through the dark times with him and stick with him.
Because it's bigger than Frank. It's bigger than Frank.
But how's it ever going to get better if you leave a man that's not the right man to do this rebuild and rebuild this football club?
I say the best you can hope for is you ride out for a man to the end of the season. Yeah? But when you get that new manager in, you have to do it differently now. You can't come again the same and try these Mickey Mouse transfer tactics. Do you know what I'm saying?
Pochettino that guy?
I'm scared about it's like going back to your ex-girlfriend. I'm shook.
Who is it? Nate, give us a name then. Come on, you're a bit on the fence here, bro. Give us a name. You're sitting on the fence a little bit.
I would take. Obviously, my man said Klopp. That's never going to happen, isn't it? That's insanity. That's never going to happen. I would take a Glasner. 100.
Glasner.
See,
I would take a Glasner. Do you know what I'm saying?
I can get on board with a Glasner.
He looks hard. He looks hard nosed. Do you know what I'm saying? He looks no nonsense.
Proven winner.
He's a winner. He's done it. He's done it with a Crystal Palace, which I can see some similarities with Tottenham. Not saying in size, but the type of fan base it has. Do you know what I'm saying? It's got that local fan base, but also it could be Crystal Palace could be a global powerhouse, isn't it? If they play their cards right. You know what I'm saying? We're a global powerhouse. We've got a local fan base. We just need that manager that can do the job. So I would take a Glasner. But if
he
you
also
take
won the
again,
Europa League with Frankfurt.
There you go.
Mate, Glasner lost Elise and Eze, and look at them right now. They're on the brink of going top 5 tomorrow.
Flying. And then you see, but then if you get a Glasner...
He's a brilliant manager. He's a brilliant manager, Glasner, actually, the more I think about it. He's a very good manager.
And if you get a Glasner, yeah, but then you're getting bullied out, you're trying to do cut price transfer deals again. Do you know what I'm saying? You're doing all these things again. We're going to be here again.
Yeah, we are.
And that's why I say there's two things at play. But as for now, I knew we weren't going to win this game off the back of the Champions League. I said, we're going to get beat up. I knew it.
You're too familiar with Dr. Tottenham. That's why you're too familiar.
I'm too familiar. And you see how Frank's got this thing where the second half we come out flying a bit. I'm like, why don't you get them up for the game before?
That's what Ben said.
Why?
That's exactly what Ben said.
And I think it's because he's so chilled out in the prep. Like, I expect a good performance. You know, we're going to, he's very, okay with things going badly. He doesn't see it as terrible. I think he needs to be more like, guys, when we come out, we need coming into the change room up 0-0 is a failure. That's a failure, lads.
Yeah.
We need coming in 0-0, failure. Not good. Not good. He needs to come out like that, but he's too sterile and too chilled. It's almost that. He's Danish, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that smooth Scandinavian vibe. It's the cold Arctic vibe. That's what it is. He's too smooth. We need. You feel me? Some personality. We just need. It's too sterile. He needs to inject personality into the team. You know. And you see the players like Porro trying to shout. And then my last thing is, the players aren't that bad, innit?
Yeah, I agree.
Players aren't.
I'm glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that.
The players aren't that bad, man. We've got decent players.
They're not great, but they're not bad.
They're not awesome, but we got decent players. Do you know what I'm saying? We've got decent players.
They're all international football players. And that's it. That's all that needs to be said.
Fulham. They're better than Fulham, right?
Yeah, they're better than the majority of teams in this league.
We've got decent players, and I think Frank needs to set them out right, give them the permission to play football, to play. Do you know what I'm saying? Bergvall to me is one of our shining stars, isn't it? Uncut gem.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? I think for me, he has to start every game in the middle of the park with either Paulinho or Bentancur. To be fair, I don't want to see Bentancur on the pitch. I don't like seeing him play. Do you know what I'm saying? I think he can't pass the ball forward. And even today, there was a time when he's got to the ball in the second half and there was a pass in behind and he just passed it, quick short one into Pedro Porro. And I'm like, the bravery's not there. Yeah. And a lot of the time what happens is either Paulinho or Bentancur will get the ball, and Xavi, when he comes on and starts or plays, he'll be in a space, but it's in that half space, and he wants it quick, fizzed into him, get it into him fast. But there's a fear of getting it into him fast. Either the pass going to get cut out, because it is a risky play, but you've got to get that ball into him fast so he can do something, or someone in that position can do something. So I think the players aren't that bad. I think we've got decent attacking players. I think we just got to let them play. And at this point, how bad can it get?
You're talking about players not making that risky play. Literally, the first thing Frank said when he walked through this door is not taking risk is taking a risk.
Yeah, but I think he's talking about Brentford risks. You know what I'm saying? I think he's talking about Brentford risks. I don't think he's talking about Spurs risks. Do you know what I'm saying? I think Spurs risks and Brentford risks are two different things. Do you know what I'm saying? Spurs risks is like going to Chelsea and winning and drawing 4-4, but it feels like a win. Do you know what I'm saying? Like when Robbie Keane's scoring screamers. Do you know what I'm saying? 4-4, but we're like, yeah, that's how we didn't win, but that's how we like to go out. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We don't mind going out like that. But you see when we go out, like the North London derby and whew, you feel me? That's when it's like, yeah, these risks you're taking. Now you're actually taking a risk with your job now, innit? Now he's taking a risk because he's not playing. So I think, you know what I'm saying? Now he's actually taking a risk. You feel me? Now he's risky now. Now
you're taking a risk, yeah.
Now he's taking this pressure now. So, yeah, like, and it gets dark because, for me personally, because I'm from the other side of North London, where it's all red and that. Do you know what I'm saying? So, I've got a personal stake in regards to like bragging rights, all my bridges,
God help you, mate, if they win that league. God help you.
I'm taking a holiday. I'm out.
Yeah, get out of there.
I'm out. Do you know what I'm saying? So
jump ship.
So yeah, man. I think that's where we are right now, and I think with him moving forward, the Newcastle game, anything, yeah, that's going to be a tough one. And I think we just got to ride it out. I think sacking him now, mid-season, winter. I think January you got to get some players in, something. Get a midfielder that can play ball, man. Get a central midfielder that can actually.
Ruben Neves.
Do you know what I'm saying? Get someone that can
spend
play.
50 million on Xavi Simmons.
Yeah, but we need someone that can dictate the tempo of the game.
I agree. From deeper positions. From a deeper position.
Like Ruben Neves. He is top quality. That's the exact player we need, I think.
Yeah, he's a good player.
And then you see with Xavi, all Xavi needs to do is hit the gym. He just needs to hit the gym and get wedge. He needs to get big.
Nate, he doesn't look very confident. Like his body language looks very subdued. He looks concerned that he might not.
He looks frail.
Yeah, but he didn't look frail for Holland midweek.
Yeah,
bro, they played Lithuania.
All right, okay, all right, fair enough. No, do you know what? That's a good point.
I hear your point.
Lithuania aren't the best team, are they? Fair enough.
I think there's a thing with international football, and the Premier League's a different beast. I think international football's a slower pace. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like European football in a way. And Premier League football, you can tell when he gets on the pitch, he's getting bodied. He's not got the time on the ball that he wants. He needs to hit the gym. He needs to hit the gym and understand the physicality of this league, and he'll be okay, I think.
To be fair to him, against Paris Saint-Germain, he broke free on goal and he got elbowed in the face.
Yeah,
it was a red card.
That was pretty dark.
Yeah, he actually was through. He was.
Yeah, I don't think he's a bad player. I think everyone that's been slaying him like, oh, he's rubbish. I'm like, no, I don't think so. I think
the tactics have done him dirty a lot as well, because there's been a lot of games where he's got in the right positions, he's beat his man, and he looks left, there's nobody there. He looks right, there's nobody there. 30 yards of space, there's just nobody there. Like, what's he supposed to do?
Yeah.
And this is the same for a lot of our players.
Exactly. It's like I think it was one of the guy from the States that came when he was talking about no one showing for the ball. Like everyone's hiding from the ball. Like someone will get the ball, everyone's like backing off. No one's coming short. Like, yo, give it to me. No one. You know what I'm saying? No one's coming to be that dynamo or to be that person that's going to start running the plays. And I think Xavi could be that person, but right now he's scared, isn't it? Because you've seen it a lot of times. He try certain things, it doesn't come off. Like today, even you see him try a little back heel thing. It didn't work. I was like, that was the wrong time. Do you know what I mean? That was the wrong time. But you see flashes where he can get it going, and but yeah, I think that's not even once, but I think that we a player that we get if we get that midfielder that can dictate the play from a deeper position, from that kind of
Nate
from the centre circle.
You see players like Xavi Simmons. I believe there's two types of players. There's players that can play in any system, any manager, any equation, like Harry Kane. He's played under God knows how many managers, this country, Germany. He just delivers because he's very, very adaptable. Then there's other players. The team needs to be a certain way to get the best out of them. And I think Xavi Simmons is that player. If we don't play a certain type of football with the pieces aligned, he's just not going to click at this club. And I think he's that type of a player. He's one of those.
I would agree. I think he's a player that needs people on the similar wavelengths around him. And when I mean that, it's similar players in the sense of people that want to play that one touch one touch, boom, boom,
and
boom,
an
boom,
attacking
boom.
system as well. It's got to be an attacking system, not crazy attacking like Ange, but
No. But I know what you mean. It's got to be on the front foot, and it's got to be one touch, triangles,
quick football.
Yeah, like
that sounds like going back to the X to me.
Yeah, it does, isn't it? It does. She was 10. She was allowed. You know what I'm saying? That X was
Because that doesn't sound like Glasner football to get the best out of Javi.
Listen, X's change. They learn.
It's true. It doesn't sound like Glasgow football, but at the same time, are we gonna base success of the club off one player, or are we gonna say we're gonna go for? Do you know what I mean? On a manager thing. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't think we're in a position to say, oh, do you know what? We're gonna get a manager to accommodate Xavi. I think that would be.
I think all the players at Spurs would love playing Poch ball.
Yeah.
Very few would say, do you know what? I don't like this.
No, of course not. I think we've got the players to do so. Do you know what I'm saying? I think we've got the players to do. I think our young players are good as well. I think Odebear has his moments. Do you know what I'm saying? Tell has his moments. I think they need to be coached up, and I think they need to have confidence instilled. And they need to have confidence instilled in them. Do you know what I mean? And that's why, for me, as much as people saying we need Poch back, I've been screaming for Redknapp to be back since. Because Redknapp to me is that guy that can tell a player you're the bee's knees.
He's too old.
You're the man.
He's too old, Redknapp.
Yeah, no, of course. Now he's way past it, but I think these players need that type of person who's gonna put the arm around them, and say you're the man. You're the best. Go
get Martin Yola's interim from now to the end of the season, and we'll be cooking.
Bring back Joe Redknapp and Poch, and let them work on the Glasner.
I'm just hoping that Frank finds a way to get his personality to the players and understand that this way of being like sterile and measured and emotionless is not the way to lead this type of team or to win over our type of fans.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because you can even see from a person like Ange, even though it's split on should he stay, should he go, one thing that people could say is that he had personality and the team were riding for his personality. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think emotion is one of the intangibles of football and football management that sometimes gets discounted, you know? And so when we won the cup, I said, oh, right, maybe he should stay, because that type of emotion that you're going to build with the team, imagine carrying that over. When you're down at the Emirates and you can, as your Ange, you can say, you remember, boys, we were down. They said we were never going to do nothing, boys. Remember?
Yeah. You can
remember,
feed
boys,
off it.
they were counting us out. We lifted up that cup. Remember, you heard the noise. You get me? And then the man never going to say, yeah, we would, yeah. Let's go. Run through the wall. And right now, we haven't even got the players on the pitch that were, heavily involved in that moment. The Madders, the Sonnies, all the, you know what I'm saying? They're not, where are even they? Van der Ven, you know what I'm saying?
We've got Mwani, we've got Kudus. They're good players.
They're good players, but then it's emotion.
Players.
That's what I'm saying. Emotion. Once we get emotion, once we start seeing emotion, we'll be onto something. Because if you look at the guys from the top up at the top of the road, they've got emotion on their side right now.
Yeah,
they've got emotion on their side right now, and that's why they're going clear of everyone, not even just Spurs. They've got Liverpool. They ain't got no emotion on their team, on their side no more. Man City ain't got no emotion. All they got is they got a manager and great players, but they haven't got emotion. You feel me? So once we get emotion on our side, we'll be all right. But we need to find a way to put that emotion in the team and get man screaming, get man juiced up before the game. Because right now, man, these guys are coming to the game on some. I hope we win. Let's try and get these tactics right. When really it needs to be like, let's put on for the team. Let's make sure the fans understand our thing and make a name for ourselves. Because who said that? I think it was the American cat. He said the team didn't want to be the worst team in Spurs history, and that's a point, because that's an emotional trigger. They're gonna say you're part of the worst team in history. You want to be that guy? I can't be that guy. I gotta go out there and do. You feel me?
Yeah.
So
I completely understand where you're coming from, for sure.
But yeah, man, that I had to get off my chest. Sorry, lads.
Ah, great call, man. Call in again, man. Call in again.
Good stuff.
Hope you're under happier circumstances. You feel
Yeah,
me?
let's hope so, mate. But next game's St James's Park, mate. Newcastle away. So
That's all man can do right now. You see
yeah.
it.
Hope and pray, man. Hope and pray. But Nate, thanks for coming on, man.
Love.
Big up, Nate. Big up.
Great call. Let's move on to Brains, one of the last callers of the day.
Guys, no disrespect. I've drunk a lot of water. I just need a quick toilet break. It's not because of you, Brains.
Fuck you, Stel.
Oh, Brains, man. Brains. God help me, man. God help me. 3.5 hour fan show so far. Talk to me.
Only that many hours. Wow.
Only. I'm losing the will to live with this football club right now. Can you draw some clarity?
Ben, let me be honest with you right now. I didn't watch a second of the game. Not a second of the game.
You're one of the lucky ones.
And I feel spiritually alive. But every time I was at a friend's birthday, and every time I was like, oh, I'm having such a good like my weekend hasn't been destroyed. I don't feel like my soul is getting ripped out of my asshole, right? But every time I would go to the toilet, or I need a piss, and I'd be on my way to the toilet. Sorry, that's the fucking light going off there. There you go. Boom. On my way to the toilet, I would look down at my phone. 360 WhatsApp messages.
350 of them were Josh King.
A vast amount of them were Josh King. Going, tell everyone, tell Frank, everyone died. But honestly, it was like, this was 15 minutes into the game. 15 minutes in.
Yeah.
And 350 messages.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going.
We were 2-0 down after 7 minutes, Brains. Did you see the goals that we conceded?
I've watched the highlights, and I honestly, I don't even want to talk about the game. I'm so like at a mentally imbalanced place. I just don't even know what to do anymore. I was so happy that I didn't have to watch the game tonight, because it was like PSG. I thought that was a 3-0 win. You can't. It's like, what can Frank do? 3 unforced errors. If you're a coach, you're going, I can't coach this idiot making this mistake. I can't. I've coached a great game here. That's PSG. That's one of the best teams in the world. How can you come from that to like turn up, and then your goalkeeper's forgetting the fundamentals of when in doubt, kick it out? Like, you are a professional football player. How do you not just kick the ball out? How do you kick it right to player? Like, it's when you see, like, Stel, you coach, right? When you like, it's difficult to coach. It's difficult to get a bunch of players to believe in your ideas. It's hard, right? But how does he get performance on midweek in the Champions League, and then come back to the Prem and lose a game like that? How?
Brains, I said to Stel earlier, this club is a pure social experiment. They're just trying to see how much they can push a section of people to see until they go completely nuts. You know what I mean? This is what this is right now.
Because he
found
Brains. He found the system that worked against PSG, and then he plays Fulham and he changes the system.
I don't understand that. Honestly, can you like? No,
I can't.
no, honestly, like, if you've seen it, obviously, still, if you're in coach, you'll see it. Like this, it's called like the zigzag. It's people say it's 4-2-2. Obviously, it's a 4-4-2, but it's like the zigzag 2 midfielders it's a very fluid, cool system, and it's a throwback system, but it's also expansive. Like you can have two wide. It can easily become 4-3-3. It's a very fluid, popular system that's
It's like a
happening right now in
4-4-2
football.
diamond kind of thing.
Yeah, right. And it can become different systems. You go and play one of the best teams in the world, and you see that in this system you actually need legs. I think Kudus works really well in that system because he could be the wide guy. I think you could get Xavi in as the left wide. Depending on how you do like the pivots, right? Because it's a zigzag middle, right? It's like, why change from something that structurally, is working, right? It totally works structurally. Why change that? Is he too much of a tinkerer?
Yes, 100%.
It's like, how do you? We all know, like, so this whole thing when he came in, you're like, build from the back, of course. Fundamentally, build from the back, and it looks like this guy, yeah, he's fixing what was wrong last season. But then you understand when you build a team that you have to find something that works or a couple things that work, and then build upon them. And build again and again, and then you build repetition, and then that's what makes a good team. Repetition, drill, repetition, build a system. Like you can't play 13, 14, 15 games and have 13, 14, 15 different systems. Like what are we doing here?
I agree.
Like how do you know what I mean? Imagine being a football player and you're going this way, like this is my position. I'm in a 4-3-3 this week. Next week I'm in a 3-5. Next week I'm playing on this side. Next week you would lose your mind.
Yeah.
Your confidence would go out the window because you wouldn't know what is expected of you from week to week.
Absolutely.
It's insane. Like, and we all thought, honestly, my big thing is like, I was calling for Ange out for half of like. It wasn't even that it was just completely him, right? He was getting sold out a lot at the start of the season. But after a while, it was like, okay, I'm done, right? But as soon as he was like, look, I'm just going to win this tournament.
I think your timelines on Ange were very similar.
Yeah. I honestly, everything Stell and I have ever said, I think is pretty much exactly the same. But once he won that tournament, and honestly, to win anything in football is hard. To win anything at the highest level is hard. To go through a tournament is so difficult. To do it with Spurs, years and years of history, like anchors, like ship anchors, pulling you into the deep abyss. For a man to carry a team to final and win, and then that club sacks that man.
Brains, do you know what he had? Do you know what he
had? I feel
had?
like we're suffering. We're going to suffer for years by the football gods for that mistake. Like,
do you know what?
Now you're just turning into Josh King, bringing those gods into it.
Do you know what Ange had? I'll tell you what Ange had. That parade we had, because I was there. Yeah. And then Levy afterwards coming out and saying, we want more of this, we want more of this. What Ange had there, he had the players in his palm.
Yeah.
He had the players exactly where he wanted them.
And that's powerful.
And you've just got to...
powerful.
Massive. And you've just got to let it have a go. Just let it play out for 2-3 months and see where it takes us. But the club's made its decision, so...
Because Stell,
Frank has to get the players on his side.
When you're trying to build a team, it's about buy-in, yeah? And obviously...
Massively.
Him coming in going, we're going to go. Obviously, as men, you're, yeah. So you buy in, and all of a sudden it's like amazing, and then you get 10 wins in a row, whatever. But that becomes very difficult because you've got like people getting injured, you're playing a high line. It's conceptually dangerous football, but it's beautiful attacking football. And that's got a time span, right? Because like you better win with that. It's like what? But what he proves is if you give me a bit of time and you understand the context of I've got 17 injuries, just stick with me here, guys. I'm gonna win you your first trophy in years. He does it. that dressing room would have been weaponized. What for the confidence of all those kids in that dressing room? They would have been like, I'm going to die for this guy. Next season, wait till you see what we do, because we are one. No, because we've won. That's the biggest job in football, is building mentality. And he built it. He built it against all odds.
Then you had Paulinho, Kudus, Moani to it. You had those players to it.
He built it against his own club. He built it against his own fan base. And he won. You give this guy, least you can do is give him a season with these players. Let them run riot now. Give them a window, get more players in. It would have been amazing to see what he did. Now, tonight, every time I went to the toilet, it was like Frank out, Ange back in. 350 every time I went to it was like another 150 messages. And most of I wasn't opening the phone, I was just scrolling down, and it was like Frank out, Ange back in. That's where we're at.
I haven't looked at the WhatsApp group. I'm too scared.
Literally, I have
too
not
scared to
opened
look
that
at it.
one.
I'm petrified. I don't want to go there.
Why did we do it to us? Why?
But he's gone, Brains. He's gone. Ange is gone. So
how do you play
now?
it from here? Yeah,
What do we do
exactly.
now?
How do you play it from here, Brains?
Nate's call was really good, by the way. I thought almost everything Nate said was just bang on the money. You know, it's I love when you hear people who actually just get football and they speak clearly on it. Like 100%, he's right. It's one of these things. It's like we've done the damage. Now you bring the guy in. What are you going to do? You sack him? Where do we go then? Where do we go then? Like, the damage is done. You sacked Ange. Now you don't deserve anything. So now you better build a team over 3 or 4 years with this guy. And is he the right guy? I don't think so. I said it as soon as it happened. I was like,
think so.
You've gone from a winner, a proven winner. He in your face, he's shown you he's just won. You cannot deny that Ange is a winner. Now you've gone down to a guy who's never won anything. He's a good club builder if you bring from that context of low time, no pressure, play to what's Brentford Stadium? How many people?
It's about 25,000 or something.
25,000 a week. It's very different coming to play at home to 60k fans every week. That's a huge pressure every week. Going away, you don't have that pressure. But look what's happening. You can't win at home. He can go away to the best team in the world and get his team to play better. You can't win at home. This is a structural confidence. This is a failure for buy-in. This is now such a disease that's happened off the back of sacking a manager where all these players have bought in because he's won them something. The biggest thing you can do in football as a manager, if you've ever been in a changing room with a whole bunch of players and your manager says, run into a fucking wall for me, and then you do it and he wins you a trophy and you win it for him, that is, you're an atom bomb. The worst thing you can do at that point is get rid of that guy. Because now you're asking them to start all over again, go through all the pain that they went through last season,
Do you
the
know what?
humiliation.
Brains, do you know
Now
what?
they've got to do it again with Frank, who's never built a top 6 team.
Do you know
It's
what?
nuts.
You make this is a very, very good point. Just think of Man United. They had Ten Hag, won a trophy. Second season, they won another trophy. You sack him, look at them now. Look at them now. You've taken that winning spirit out of the momentum. You've killed it, and you're saying to the next guy, "Come on, redo it." Well done a minute. I never did it in the first place.
Yeah,
but he's gone though. He's gone. He's gone. He's not here.
If Frank really is the wrong guy, then surely it's better just to cut your losses and go for a Pochettino that knows this club, that loves this club, and knows how to build this club.
When's the earliest you can get Pochettino in? Like after
Summer.
the World Cup?
Yeah.
After the World Cup, yeah.
Ben, all I want to know right now is, I was texting Sam. I just want to know, are you Frank out?
No,
You're
not
brutal,
yet.
mate.
Not yet. Okay, so again, we did this last year. I'm getting like such flashbacks. We
I'm
did
Frank,
this
don't
last
care.
year.
I'm Frank, don't care. I am. I don't care. If he stays, he stays. Whatever.
Frank couldn't give a shit.
Yeah. Basically, I'm Frank. I don't give a shit. Whatever.
How long are they going to take then? So I said to Sim that it was 3 games, but then there was a really spirited performance in PSG, so maybe that's a reset. But how many games does he lose from here before he's gone? Because there's a turn in the fan.
I was thinking
base.
they could have sacked him tonight because he's had so many sackable offences now in performances, like
Does
so many.
he beat Newcastle away?
No.
Right. The next game after that is Brentford at home. Is he going to beat the club that he left?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I think that Brentford game is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. I think he's going to lose to Brentford, and I think the club are going to trigger. But then I don't understand where they go from this season. If they're going to sack him mid-season, where do they go? Like I don't understand where they go.
I think you'd probably put the assistant manager because he's such a renowned manager in. You know, can you imagine?
Cochrane's not the answer, man. Cochrane's not the answer.
Yeah, sure, but like to be fair, as a interim, he's probably better than Ryan Mason, right?
I said interim Brendan Rodgers. That's where we're at.
Oh wow! What interim? Just get Ange back in and just let's start the good times.
Ange ain't stepping foot in this football club ever again.
Do you know what you should do? Call Levy and say, right, you wanted to do it, you fucking do it. You want to do it, you do it. Manage. You caused this, do it.
You know what's crazy is
Levy in charge.
It's one of the craziest things, man. I knew we were going to be here, though. That's the thing. I knew it. You know, and we're here. You know,
Brains. I'll tell you. You asked me if I'm Frank out. I'll tell you where I'm at right now because you know I had a lot of belief in Frank. I am losing belief quicker than I've ever lost belief before, and I've lost belief very quickly before, as you already know. So I'm not saying sack Frank now, but like
if he loses
I just
to Brentford.
can't. At this moment, he showed me nothing to believe he's the right guy for this football club.
Brains, after Brentford, we go away to Nottingham Forest. Sean Dyche's Nottingham Forest.
Oh my God.
You just know what's going to happen there. You know what's going to happen.
I've just gone through the fixtures. I can't see more than one win from now until the end of the calendar year.
These fixtures are like the football gods. Just like, you know, Arsenal, like Eze scores 3 goals. The football gods are just like, these games, Brentford, if he loses to the guy who replaced him, like
he's doing what, by the way? He's doing a really good job.
Yeah. You know,
Brains, on the 1st of January, we've got Brentford away. So we play Brentford twice from now until January the 1st.
And we've got Liverpool. You know Dr. Tottenham's going to give it to him.
You know what this is?
You know
this is like, for me, this is like shades of like Graham Potter. Like, legendary at Brighton, goes to Chelsea and he's just such a laughing stock and he's out there like, you know what I mean? This is that, right?
Klinsmann? Someone said in the comment, Klinsmann interim for an end of the season.
Yes.
Get him to save the club one more time.
Just for... Listen, what interim comes in and does worse than this? That's the question. Who comes in and makes it worse?
I guarantee you Brendan Rodgers would do better than this. He'll play attacking football. He's won an FA Cup with Leicester. He's finished 5th twice. He's won multiple leagues, trebles with Celtic. He nearly won the league if it wasn't for a Gerrard slip with Liverpool.
He is good, you know. You're right. He is good.
Honestly, but the crazy thing is just like this team isn't bad. There's so many good players in this football team. Like,
don't say that to Danny Kiriakou, I swear.
I've literally seen
you lot are deluded.
I'm in like 3 or 4 different groups, and all I've seen, like of the 300, it's not even like Josh King. It's mostly Danny K. It's just, and he's just like, kill them, get them dead, gone. But like, honestly, it's like some of these players are not like. The thing that kills me about Frank is when you come in, what it doesn't matter that whatever level you're at, right? Whatever team or whatever level you're at in the game, how can you go 12, 13, 14 games without showing a defined style of play, which is your way of, like, your mentality, your system?
I totally agree.
How can you go that many games? Surely the players are going, what's this guy about? Like, there's games where Xavi Simons was shouting directions at players on the pitch of where they should be, and Paulinho was going left and right, and Xavi's going here, like 45, like so. When Xavi plays, he knows how he needs players to play off him, and the system that we are playing now is a system that worked for Xavi, right? In the past, it's an adaptation of his system, right? To how he plays. So he is obviously quite pivotal. Ken is quite pivotal with a coach in how showing the angles he wants to play off. And you can see in those games that happened, certain midfielders do not know where they have to be. They don't even know the lane that they have to be in to play off him. And so you're going, how do they not know this? How are the coaches not showing them passing lanes? How are they not drilling how to play off a player like that?
There's no patterns of play. If you've ever been on a pitch
and you're trying to embed or show people drill systems, like, I'm looking at this and still, you must be losing your mind. How do they not know the app? Sometimes when he plays Bentancur and Paulinho, and they stand there and they go into like a flat vertical pivot, and Vicario's got the ball. They go into this like flat 45, and none of them move in or out. They stand there, and you're going, what's happening here? Do both of them not want did both of them not know what to do?
And that's why playing out from the back can't work like this.
Yeah.
Today we didn't play out from the back, which was, I mean, it still didn't work, but with what you described, that's definitely why you can't play out from the back. Nothing works. Nothing.
I thought we were going to get like a tactically inept, very versatile, plays 4-1-2-3, does all these weird different systems and multiple variations of systems. I mean, honestly, can you tell me a game where you've gone, this totally is a good system, other than PSG, but then PSG are so confident in their system that they
Brains,
let you
I
play.
thought against Man City away, the way we pressed, the way we forced the errors, the way we looked very solid in that midfield, the way we defended, and the way we carried the ball from defence to attack, and Pape Sarr was excellent in that game. I thought the way we played in that game, we looked really, really
There's been three games.
Good. That game for me really stood out.
There's been three games. The two games against PSG and the Man City game. Those three games, I think we've looked very, very good. Apart from that, that's it.
Yeah, apart from that.
But like Stel's saying, tell me a recurring thing in those games is press, right? Like legs, aggression,
carrying the ball,
like intention, halfway line, like close spaces, like fundamentals. And you're going, oh, Frank's like, he's like a strong theoretical fundamental guy. And then like you see the next week, and it's like, why has he done this though? Why is he setting up this? Why is rest defense?
Brains, it makes no sense. It makes no sense.
It blows my mind. From a coaching perspective, you're going,
it makes no sense.
I don't get what's happening here. And then you'll see a team lineup, and you're like, he'll play a certain team lineup, and then you're going, but these are not the players for that lineup though, right? Like, surely this is a high press situation. Xavi's not going to do that. Like, what? It just seems to me that he, and it's understandable, he doesn't know them at all. He doesn't know how to drill them into systems that could potentially be pivotal for Spurs. So what are they doing then? Are they literally just working on defensive structures and set pieces?
No, they're not working on defensive structure. All they're working on is crossing balls into a box. That's what it feels. Because that's their only method of attack.
We're crap at
crossing
defending.
balls into a box.
We're rubbish at defending. We are right today, as it stands. we have conceded more goals than under wide open Highline Ange ball. Under the most kamikaze defensive manager we've ever seen, we are conceding more right now.
How does it make sense to have as many players back as we do, but then just leave so many people free on the edge of the area? Look at the PSG game and look at the Arsenal game. Every goal came from that area of the pitch.
This is what happens when you chop and change. There's no continuity, consistency, none of it.
Also, that's what happens when in pre-season you set up and go, this is the cooks that are in the kitchen, yeah? This guy and this guy. Now, when we start throwing in, there's another guy in, and there's 2 defenders in front of them. So now there's 5 defenders. And you better be very clear who's defending which space. Because all of a sudden, like Arsenal, none of them know the line. None of them has a fundamental of who's stepping at what point. They're all going, who's holding the line? They step out. Romero steps out. Mickey van de Ven steps out. When have you seen them step out? All of a sudden they become unknowing of a fundamental, right? And then you get you've got players who don't know who's following the man behind. So because there's 3, all of a sudden they're like, oh shit, whose job is this though? Whose job is this ball over the top for Trossard? Because they aren't familiar enough with the positions. And then also what's happened is defending around the 18-yard box. Player fundamental. Your CDM stands in line with the goalkeeper, the penalty spot. So Bentancur, if he just stands on the 18-yard line, Vitinho doesn't score either of those 2 goals. Where's that fundamental gone? Why is Bentancur in line with the centre backs? You've got 3
not only
centre
that,
backs.
he's
Why
turning
are you
away as the shot comes in as well.
It's almost like they're unlearning.
Yeah.
They're unlearning. But still, you know when you look after a team, what that is when you go in, you go, I want to do this, I want to do this. As a coach, you go, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do this. And they're all going, oh my God, we're changing again. Like, Jesus, what are we doing? And it's another thing every week.
For about 3 weeks now. I've been saying this for about 3
can't
weeks.
give players too much information. It's little bits and you build incrementally. And it just seems like he is panicked. I think that Frank is panicked and he's going, every session he's going, right, oh God, fucking back 3, Jesus, back 3, back 5, back 7. And he's panicking. And it's like, mate, calm the fuck down. Chill out.
He's under pressure and it's getting to him. The pressure is 100% on and he's feeling it. And he probably hasn't felt pressure at Brentford because the expectation is what? Just stay up?
Look, I don't think he's going to be here. I don't think he's going to be here past the new year, Brains. I think that's going to be that.
Honestly, we can have a look at this now. He's a lovely guy. Honestly, he's a lovely guy. We love him. He's a lovely guy.
He's a good human being.
But this is above his pay grade. We've got to look at this and go, mate, you're not in the fucking Danish under-14 league where he keeps referring to him like, what is he talking? I once played an under-18 Danish. They're like, what are you talking about, mate? You're in the Premier League managing Spurs. What is wrong with you? You're talking about your under-16. What are we doing here?
Brains, look, let's leave it there, man. It's getting late. But oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
Danish under 14 league.
That's what we're dealing with right now.
Brilliant.
Thanks for calling in, bro.
Thanks for making me feel semi-normal about fucking not watching the game and yet still wanting to have a mental break.
That's
Good
brilliant.
night, and I came home going, oh no.
He saw a 2-minute highlight and lost it.
Yeah, I don't know how you two dealt with it. Like, you've been going for what, 4.5 hours? I just don't understand it.
I don't understand it either.
Sai is somewhere bashing a wall down right now.
He's somewhere picking up some rubbish. So I don't know what he's
Simon's,
doing.
I can't do this anymore.
Sim's basically at home right now. He's already told me. He's just building a proper, legal case for Ange in. And he's already said to me, Ben, you're getting it in the morning. He's building a legal case. No. And he's coming in tomorrow and he's going to actually support you. That's what he said.
He's on ChatGPT all night.
He just messes now.
Sim couldn't torch anything even with a torch in his hand. So we'll see what happens.
Honestly, Ben, I live I should not, because I've got so much cool things going on in my life, but every now and then I just live for you and Sim's arguments about Andrew.
Are you two live tomorrow? Like the post? I can't wait to watch that.
All I want to see is this debate about Anjin or Frank out. That's all I want to see.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't even. Look, he can build all his case he was. I don't even think we're going to have too many disagreements. That's the sad thing about it.
You spent how many months did you spend trying to break him down to say Andrew? And he's got you after 13 games. Oh, God.
Oh, no. That's the sad state of this club.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Also, pipe down, Barry.
You still laughing about that comment?
Shots fired.
Big up,
Wow,
Brains.
shit. Peace out, lads. Love you guys. Love you guys.
Speak to you soon, bro.
Big up, Brains. Can I quickly just say one thing before we go to the next guy? Everyone in the chat, for the last hour, you mentioned Brian Daigle, and some of you being bang out of order.
What
Relax.
they said, I haven't seen.
It's just football. It's not personal. Brian is under the weather. He's not been well for a couple of days. Once he's recovered, he'll be back on the channel. He never disappears. Relax, man. He's a human. He's not well. Let him sort
let him
his little
recover.
illness out and he'll be back, all right?
He'll be all right, man.
He'll be back.
Yeah. Absolutely spot on. All right. Why is this jabroni not asleep, man? Why is he not asleep? Get this jabroni on.
Fucking bed.
Fuck you, man. Fuck you, bro.
What's this? Why are you not asleep, KPV? Nearly 2 in the morning, mate.
I'm watching Survivor Series, I'll have you know. Fucking hell, mate.
Tottenham on it.
No, fuck that. Just watching WWE Survivor Series. And, yeah, so, what I want to know is why the fuck did Frank take off our best attacker on Wednesdays? What I want to know. Why would you take him off? He doesn't know his best 11. Mourinho took Kane and Son off against West Ham and we draw 3-0 and he takes them off. Seriously. We can't even win a game at home. Burnley's the only game we won. And we, I said
Are you
on a
Frank
Twitter
out,
space,
KPV? I just want to know, are you Frank out?
no comment.
Is that a yes?
No comment.
Is that a no?
You know it. And
I know
everyone
it.
knows,
Who do you want
I'm
then?
gonna get,
What manager do you want?
You know I want Poch. End
You
of
want Poch?
Conversation. Bring
a lot of
back
fans do.
the guy who got us to a UCL final and people admit we got there because we
Would you take
started
Ange
in
back?
midfield. I want Poch, mate. I don't want Ange. Sim, get over it. We're not having the guy because he could go to dirty Leeds. They're in a lot of trouble. And I heard he could go to dirty Leeds, and my carer calls them. They're dirty, and they got beaten. But
who are you talking about? You know what his carer's name is?
No.
Ben Sims.
You're joking.
It's Ben Spines. Fuck him. Man.
I was like, did you name them?
I want Poch, mate. He could do both. I want Poch blood. I said 2 years ago, we lose 6-1 to Newcastle on a Twitter space when Brian and Johnny were on, and I got that right. They just slapped Everton at the Hill Dickinson Stadium, not Goodison. People get it right. It's Hill Dickinson, not Goodison Park. That's gone. Like, the first team to win Everton's new ground is us, and then it's Newcastle expressions. Like, big up everyone. Like,
Stel,
I don't.
Stel, where did we sign Toby Alderweireld from?
Exactly.
We signed
Atletico
him
de
from
Madrid.
Atletico Madrid, but he was on loan. Wait, no, hold on. Atletico Madrid owned him, but he was on loan at another club at the time.
Southampton.
That's it.
Yeah.
So Atletico de Madrid, Atletico Madrid.
So
It's
did he
very
get it right,
broad,
KPV? Did he get it right?
Yeah, he got it right. Atletico. And like, as I was saying, we're going to lose 6-1 to Newcastle again. We're going to be 5-0 down about 20 minutes as we were under Stellini.
Mate, Frank will be gone if that happens, I tell you.
Mate, if that happens,
he'll be gone.
He'll be sacked at
He'll be
half
gone.
time this time.
He won't get the
He's
Brentford
gone,
game.
man.
He
Like,
won't get the Brentford game.
give
If we're
me
5-0
Poch.
down after
I
20
want
minutes.
Poch blood. Like, give
Oh
me
my
Poch, everyone,
God.
because I want Poch back. And so just give me the guy who loves the club and give me Poch. And yeah, so that's all I can say. But anyway, people, that's it from us tonight. And Ben's got to go and Stell's got to go. So everyone, that's it from us tonight. I'm off and I'll see you all. Like, I don't know if you're going to be in the studio Tuesday, Ben, because I know you're going to St. James's Park Club.
I'm not going to St. James's Park.
I'll see you on Tuesday then. So I'm out of here because, yeah, I've got things to do. So I have plans for the next 2 weekends. The World Cup draws on Friday, people. And if we are Tottenham TV are doing a watch along for the draw, then we can't play the big teams till the semis and the finals. So, but France, we're coming for revenge. That's it. I'm out, people. And see you on Tuesday. Time to go home, Ben. Go home. See you then, mate. See ya.
See you later,
Big
mate.
up KPV.
See you later, mate. Oh, God. Jesus. What a fan show, people. Stel, you have done the long haul today here, man. Bloody hell. 2 in the morning.
Why did I agree to this? Why did I say I'll come and watch this game?
You got more to come as well. Will
Lord
Frank still be the manager for your next watch along? That's the main thing.
Ben, nothing ceases to amaze me at the moment at this club. Nothing. Anything that happens next will not shock me or surprise me at all. Nothing.
Well, look, if for the 660 of you left in here, do go and subscribe to Spurs Corner, Spurs 5, where you see more of Stel. And I think the Spurs Corner is tagged in the title. But look, it's late, man. It's us over and out. We'll see you tomorrow with Sims getting ready a fact file for me. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. And Stel, thanks for coming on, mate.
Yes, everyone, go to your religious place of worship tomorrow and just pray. Just pray. Pray for Tottenham.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see you all tomorrow, guys. Like, subscribe, and comment. And as always, come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.